We
Okay,
are currently live.
fantastic. We will call to order the regular scheduled board meeting for Thursday, November 12th, 2020. We'll start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Trustee Alcala. Do not believe she's with us quite yet, but I am here. We have enough for a quorum. So we will announcement of things to be discussed in closed section. E1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, D4, one case. E2, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, management. E3, Government Code 54957.6, conference with agency negotiator, position superintendent. And E4, Government Code Section 54957, appointment or employment superintendent. And I do not believe we have any public comments in regards to tonight's closed session items.
President Jackson, I have not received any.
Okay, neither have I. So therefore, we will go ahead and go into closed session at this time. Thank you so much.
Hey, here goes.
Hey, Daniel, thanks for joining us.
All right. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Hey there, Yorgos.
Hey, Doug, thanks for joining. Your mic's turned on whenever you need it, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Perfect. Because for some reason my ears are not working, but we will reconvene our open session. We'll start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Trustee Alcala.
Here.
All right. And I too am present. Announcement of action taken in closed session. E1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of a litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 sub D4, one case. In closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve an agreement with various local agencies, including the City of West Sacramento, to avoid potential litigation. The issue at hand involved various school districts, the County Office of Education, various cities, and the County of Yolo. The issue dealt with the payment of certain tax increment allocations. Under the terms of the agreement, the county will make and the cities shall not contest payment of certain amounts to school districts, including Washington Unified School District, from certain amounts that would have been due to cities, including the City of West Sacramento, over the coming years, with all payments to be completed no later than June 30th of 2020. Okay. E2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSBA Management. Information received. Man, my lips are not working well today. Information received, direction given. Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Agency Negotiator, Position Superintendent, Board discussed. And E4, Government Code Section 54957, Appointment and Employment, good Lord, Employment Position Superintendent. The board voted by a 5-0 vote to appoint Dr. Cheryl Hildreth to the position of superintendent beginning January 1st, 2020, contingent on the approval of the employment agreement in open session later this evening. Okay. I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Pizzotti. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Trustee Wong. Okay, it's a roll call vote. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Tonight's agenda is approved. All right. J, student and association reports. J1, student board member report. Christopher Johnson, Yolo High School. You are up, sir.
President Jackson, I have not been able to get a hold of Christopher Johnson to join us tonight. It looks like he might be having some technical difficulties on his end. So we do have his presentation, but he is not here to give it. So we could probably skip to the next one or have him join us a little bit later.
Sure, we can move on to the next one. If he helps, hopefully he can join us. Let's go ahead and move over to WSTA report then.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations on being through with the election cycle this year. That must be a great relief. Let's see. Tonight, my plan is, as usual, to keep it short and sweet. We'll see if I can do it. First of all, I just want to take a second to acknowledge both the district and WSTA in their dedication at the bargaining table. They've been working tirelessly day in and day out. And although we don't have an agreement, it's clear that WUSD and WSTA have a commitment to our students and our staff. So just thank you for that effort. These are incredibly challenging times that we're in, and the stakes couldn't be higher. And it's extremely evident that all parties prioritize safety moving forward. WSTA wants to take a second to acknowledge the district leadership for acquiring the appropriate PPE so that our SDC and opportunity staff can move forward towards in-person instruction. And they can do so with the knowledge that necessary supplies are at hand. Our SDC teachers and paraprofessionals are ready for the challenge they face. They understand the urgent need of the students they serve and are prepared to get to work as they begin the return to the classroom. They do, however, remain concerned about some unresolved issues. Anyone who has spent any time around our SDC programs knows that there are unique challenges associated with this work. We should anticipate challenging situations surrounding effective use of PPE for some students. We can also accept that, given the nature of SDC work, there will be behavioral and emotional episodes in which the ability to maintain control and in turn safety requirements will not be possible. Our dedicated teachers are still unaware of what, if any, procedures they are to follow in these scenarios. What happens if it is determined that a student is unable to adjust safely to this new paradigm? I've yet to hear of the establishment of any matrix that will help us address recurring events that endanger students and or staff. I do not bring this up to halt momentum towards our small group return. The intent here is to accelerate the process of finding appropriate solutions. The small group return is at our doorstep, and I'm hoping that these important questions have answers that we have yet to hear, or that such resolutions are coming in short order. I also want to take a second tonight to celebrate the overwhelming passage of ballot measure Z. As you know, WSTA believes strongly in the need to improve equity between conditions for all of our students. Measure Z is a giant step in the right direction. It is wonderful to have this victory for our community during these otherwise difficult times. I want to thank this amazing school board who recognized the need and initiated the process to improve our schools. So I'm going to stop for a second and say thank you to each and every one of you. The commitment on this board to equity is like none I've ever seen before, not only in the past in our district, but in any other district I've looked at. So sometimes I'm full of piss and vinegar, but tonight I just want to make sure that it's clear that that is recognized and your commitment to our students is very honorable. On another note, as coronavirus numbers deteriorate across the nation, they do so in California and right here in Yolo County simultaneously. It continues to be difficult to determine just how severe our current situation might be due to the nature of COVID-19 itself. However, one can assume based on trends that we are in for a rough winter. I would like to continue to urge our school board and district cabinet to make sure triggers are in place so that should conditions become untenable for maintaining safety of our students and staff, we are able to take necessary steps to return to or remain in a virtual setting, negating the potential for political or community pressure to cloud the process. In other words, if county metrics indicate excessive risk and we return to the purple tier, we should have language in place so that returning to virtual instruction is not subject to outside or external pressures. Having said this, I'd like to make it clear that we recognize the outstanding character and dedication of all individuals and parties involved in this work. Listening to stories from other districts, I feel grateful to work with individuals that take a measured and thoughtful approach in responding to this crisis. In addition, I want to recognize this school board has demonstrated a serious commitment to health and safety in our schools. Your voices have been heard, and we thank you for your steadfast support and work on behalf of students and staff. On a final note, during the last school board meeting, I suggested that WSTA and CSBA alternate presentation slots for these board meetings. It might seem trivial, but I definitely want to see this happen. We have a terrific working relationship with CSBA, and we feel it would create a sense of balance and representations at school board meetings. And that's all I have for tonight. So it is actually kind of short for me. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Doug. Daniel?
Good evening, Superintendent Luna, President Jackson, and trustees. I'd first like to thank the candidates who ran for school board. Next, I would like to thank my classified members who continue to come in and work tirelessly throughout this pandemic, even as cases rise in Yolo County. I would also like to thank Kylie and her business service team as they work nonstop to manually enroll all the classified staff into CalPERS Healthcare. I know how hard your team is working, and I thank you. Also, I would like to acknowledge our youth outreach specialists and homeschool liaisons who are working to provide support to our students and families. And I believe there will be a presentation tonight about the hard work that they are providing. Again, I'm hoping that the district will see how vital these positions are for our students and families. And I would like to ask that if there's any grant-funded position who supports students and families, that we make this a permanent position. I would also like to take time to thank WSTA. As I'm a parent of 2 students at River City, I know how hard and how much these teachers care for their students. I also know that they work well beyond their scheduled hours and weekends to keep parents updated and connected. So WSTA, I would like to thank you also. Lastly, I want to speak on Measure Z and the facility bond passing. Riverview Chapter 168 is glad the bond passed. But now that the bond is passed, I would like to also see a facilities committee, not a bond oversight committee, but a facilities committee. I would like this committee to consist of classified staff, certificated staff, as well as community members. And why I would want to see classified and certificated staff on this sort of committee is because I believe it is us who not only spend our careers here at Washington Unified, but it is us who know what's best for each site. I believe in classified, as they know whether it's in a kitchen or it's on the grounds or it's on the custodial staff, etc. I believe they would know what's best and give valuable input. Also with the teachers, I think the teachers would know what is best to improve their classroom, to enhance the education of our students. So I would like to see some sort of committee involving us that our input is valued in making these decisions. With that, you guys have a good evening and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. President Jackson is having Zoom issues, so we will move to public comments. Let's see. Public comments. K. Members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action on this meeting. Public comments will be granted 3 minutes per person, and the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit or for a particular item. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting may be actionable civil defamation. And with that, Yorgos, do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir. We have 2 general public comments requested live tonight. The first is from Danny Langford. Danny, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First, regarding Measure Z, I'd like to say, please don't count your chickens before they hatch, because this election has not been certified yet. There's still over 5,500 ballots for West Sac that have not been counted. In regards to the superintendent search that you are voting on tonight, I'd like to still put on the record that I think it's sad that you didn't include the community committee that's always been in the past. Also, were the unions included in this decision? The current superintendent should absolutely have nothing to do with this search, including preparing the report that's on this agenda tonight. In the past, the board president or the consultant hired to help with the search prepared it for them. In looking at this contract that was just posted a little while ago, I have some concerns about giving a 3.5-year contract right out of the gate. Also, the $230,000 salary car allowance, as well as an $8,000 moving expense, seems excessive, especially when we split the moving expenses in the past. These are just a few concerns I had after looking when it got posted on the agenda. I want the absolute best for our entire district, so I'm hoping this is done right, and that she's truly the best candidate and was properly vetted, especially since a quick Google search I just did just now brings up some concerns. This is nothing personal, as I don't know her, but with issues facing our district, I find it extremely concerning, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second and final general public comment request live this evening is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Luna, and Cabinet. Further down the agenda, I see there is a proposal to upgrade the computers for all of our certificated staff. I think it's very prudent for us to do so during this time of distance learning. I am, however, curious as to what is going to be done with the old equipment and would urge the board and district to donate them to Computers for Kids if they have not already considered doing so. I would also like to echo the recommendation from Daniel during his CSEA update. I think it would be a great idea to have a facilities committee that includes teachers, classified staff, parents, and possibly even students, of course, in addition to board members and the district office staff as well. Thank you.
Okay. Superintendent Luna, did you have any more public comments?
Vice President Pizzotti, there are public comments that were requested to be read during the meeting if they could not make the meeting. Would you like me to read those at this?
Yes, please, because I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, I'm going to pull them up. If I can just have a minute to do that.
You bet.
Okay, I'll go ahead and begin. The first general public comment is from Christine McFadden. Is Christine McFadden in the meeting? Okay, I'll go ahead and read. This is from Christine McFadden. Hello, WUSD school board members. I am a freshman at River City High School. I feel it is important for the voice of the students to be heard, so tonight I am speaking as a student. I have been a student of this district since 2nd grade and have been listened to many board meetings. Though the board has done many great things for our district, I have recently been feeling like I can't trust what the board says. Before the 2020-2021 school year started, the board told everyone that every foster and homeless child's family had been reached out to and offered a hotspot. I have a foster sister, and we hadn't been reached out to about a hotspot at that point. We were eventually offered a hotspot, but the fact remains that the board sat there and lied to the community. Also, for months, we have been told that the board has a plan for going back to school, but we have yet to hear any details about this plan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. The second general public comment is an anonymous comment that was submitted in writing. Dear WUSD school board members and teachers, I am writing to convey my thoughts regarding distance learning Before I begin, it is important to state for the record that I am pro-union, pro-public employees, pro-public education, and have an extensive background in labor and employment law. I write anonymously because I work in government and my job requires that I remain neutral and nonpartisan. To avoid any complications that could arise in my employment as a result of my expression of my First Amendment rights, I am unable to provide my name. I assure you that I am a real parent of real children who are enrolled in WUSD. I think it is also important to recognize that this is my first formal comment on any WUSD issue, despite over a decade in the district. I am not affiliated with any vocal group of stakeholders. I don't unnecessarily complain or burden educational instructors or administrators because working in government, I know the challenges associated with serving the public, particularly in 2020. Nevertheless, I can no longer sit idly by and watch our children suffer as a result of instructor fear. Yes, teachers and classified employees are afraid. We all are. And most of us actually go to work every single day despite that fear. As for employers cannot continue to shelter us from COVID on full pay status. Even if they could, the choice to be a public servant comes at some degree of sacrifice, including sacrificing our personal desires to serve the greater good. And in government, the greater good includes educating our youth so that we may be an informed electorate, a decent economy, and a healthy democracy. Indeed, those lofty goals are so important that the United States has compulsory education with few exceptions based on the exercise of certain fundamental rights, such as religious freedom. It is well settled as a matter of law in this country that all children have a right to a free and equal education. While it is true that in a collective bargaining environment, the public employer has a duty to meet and confer and bargain in good faith with its staff before imposing unilateral changes to the terms and conditions of employment, asking teachers to go into their classrooms to teach without their own children present is not a change. It is and always has been expected as an essential function of the teaching profession. Moreover, in times of emergency, the employer's duty to meet and confer is lessened, and the employer has more ability to impose unilateral changes without bargaining. Teachers understand this. In times of emergency, courts generally defer to the police powers of the state. We are already seeing that in lower court challenges to various state and local health orders. There are factions.
Superintendent, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Vice President Pizzotti. I will make sure that the rest of the written statement is recorded in the minutes.
Thank you.
There is a third general public comment that was submitted to be read. Is Christy McKinney in the meeting? Okay, I will go ahead and read. Good evening, Superintendent Luna, President Jackson, and trustees. I'm Christy McKinney, and I'm a parent of WUSD middle schooler. I've had the pleasure to participate in several work groups since schools closed in March on hybrid learning models and learning loss. After spending a considerable amount of time and energy providing feedback and asking questions, I'm disappointed that we still have no real plan in place to reopen schools. The community has heard of the planning taking place to reopen schools, PPE purchase for schools, teachers and students, and the opportunity to review the framework document posted on the WUSD website as a resource. However, we have yet to move from planning to implementation. I was encouraged to receive the most recent survey regarding my family preference to return to in-person instruction, but left wondering how the district can effectively plan reopening without sending out a survey to teachers at the same time. Looking across the Sacramento region at other districts that have safely returned to in-person instruction, it is apparent that districts in more affluent areas, charter schools, private schools, are much further ahead and more prepared than WUSD. Rather than recreate the blueprint, why aren't we using these districts or models as examples to safely return our schools and teachers to the classroom? Can we get surveys distributed to families and teachers that provide an idea of what we can expect if we return in person? On the blended learning hybrid work group call on Monday, I was shocked to learn that the district is planning to potentially create new class rosters and cause teachers and students to have reestablished trust and form new relationships based on who returns in person versus who remains in the distant learning model. How is this type of disruption good for our teachers or students? This is an unprecedented time where stress and anxiety are running high for everyone, and this is not in our best interest for our learning community. Why can't the district install cameras or provide video in the classrooms to allow learning to continue for all students with their current teachers, whether in person or virtual? Our educators, students, and families have been flexible, nimble, and working tirelessly since March. As a parent, I expected the district to be further along than where we are today. When do the safety protocols, PPE, classroom setup, et cetera, happen? Why are we waiting? Our students and teachers are losing motivation and interest the longer that they are kept in a distance learning environment. This is hard. I worry about not only the students and teachers we see and hear from, but I worry most about the ones we don't see or hear from. CPS calls are down, but abuse and suicide are up. Equity is tooted in WU.
Superintendent Luna, that's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Pizzotti. I will make sure that the rest of the wording of the statement is in our minutes. That's all the general public comments that I have at this time.
Thank you. Let's see. President Jackson back on. You're good? President Jackson?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I had to rearrange my screen. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that, buddy. All right. So public comments. Put my pick a little bit too soon. All right. Public hearing. There is no public hearing of this meeting. So we'll go ahead and move over to M1. Information and discussion items. West Sacramento Home Run Initiative. Update.
Hello. Good
Hello
evening,
there.
everyone. Hi, I'm Justine Jimenez. I'm also joined by my colleague Jeff Miller and by Dean Robert Snowden from Los Rios Community College. So we're going to present, I believe we have a presentation which will be put on the screen. Is that correct?
I'm bringing it up now.
Fantastic. And again, thank you all for this time. We're very excited to share a little bit of information about what's going on with our West Sacramento home run. So this will be an update. We'll be talking about what has been happening over the past year and specifically addressing some of the ways that we have been working around the COVID emergency to continue the services of the West Sacramento home run. You can go to the next slide. I'm not going to go deeply into what the West Sacramento home run is because I believe all of you have seen presentations from us before, but I welcome any questions along the way. As you are all aware, I believe our partnership for the West Sacramento home run is the City of West Sacramento. Washington Unified School District is our primary partner, along with the West Sacramento Chamber of Commerce, which partners with us mainly in our second base programs, and the Sacramento City College, which partners with us for our third base programs. If you'll move to the next slide. And then I'll, again, just be very brief with this, but the home run, it is a baseball analogy where we're first, second, and third base with 6 total programs. So the first base is certified high quality preschool. And the goal is enough spaces for every young child, 3 and 4-year-old in West Sacramento to be able to access high quality preschool, affordable and accessible high quality preschool. The next program is the College Savings Account, which is accessible to children who are in kindergarten enrolled in the Washington Unified School District who have completed one of those high quality preschool programs. The second base is paid internships within the community, and then also digital badges. And our third base is a West Sacramento Promise, which is a tuition and fee-free college for 2 years, community college for 2 years for West Sacramento high school graduates. and then a scholarship, which is based on participation in both the home run and other community events and projects throughout their time living here. And it's a scholarship that's awarded for any post-secondary education that a child participates in. So I'll start by talking a little bit about what we've been doing in our first space programs. We now have 19 home run certified high quality preschools throughout the community. That means that they have worked with us to do the assessments and the professional development and training, which is necessary to be certified as high quality on a statewide. It's actually based on a national matrix, but it's our California state high quality matrix that is applied to all early learning and care facilities. And so we have home-based, the family child care. We have centers that are fee for service, so families pay a fee to go there, as well as all of our state preschools and Head Starts that participate in that. We have 633 incentive accounts open. This is for the college savings account. So these are the accounts that are available to all the young people who complete that high quality preschool and then go into our kindergartens. 633 is our current to date, how many we have, with 273 of those opened in fall of 2020. So we actually had our largest number of kindergartners that were eligible for the college savings account this fall. We currently have 30 linked accounts. That means families who have taken advantage of linking their account so that they can access different bonuses and incentives and be able to get more funding into those college savings accounts. And our savings incentives are that families have earned so far are $2,679 as of the first of this month. We'll move on to the next slide. And one of the things, as you can imagine, when COVID hit, one of the things that we were very challenged by was how to continue to outreach to families when we were not able to actually see families in person. We had been clipping along at a pretty good pace and getting workshops planned and carried out at all of our elementary schools, and families were coming and directly signing up with us. COVID, of course, made that impossible. So we have, these are some of the different ways that we've done outreach now. You can see a variety of different things, direct mail, utility bill inserts. We did do tabling at pre-COVID. We've now gone to meal pickup and packet pickup times for kindergartners, and also just to inform families about what our different programs offer during meal pickup times at the elementary schools. We have a newsletter we email out. We've used social media, presenting to staff at grade level meetings and other staff meetings. And also we've done some focus groups with your teachers, doing parent interviews, and also communications to parents and teachers. So our next steps right now, we're starting to work with, again, we've increased the number of high quality preschools within the city. So we're really working with those preschools to actively promote CSAs, the college savings accounts, helping them inform parents before they move on to kindergarten that they're eligible for these. They can even open the savings account before they go to kindergarten, and then just link the account once they're in kindergarten, which kind of makes things easier. We're going to do a holiday incentive, which we're sharing with all of your teachers, with all the eligible cohorts. So that's children who are currently in TK, kindergarten, first and second grade, and letting them know that the first 20 accounts that are opened, or linked rather, within the time span of, I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but it's mid-November to about December 20th, will receive a $50 gift card so that they can ease their holiday gift buying expenses. We're also working to create a reading program incentive, and again, working with the teachers in your grades that do reading logs and do some kind of tracking or helping families to track reading. And so we're going to do a financial incentive for those students who are doing that to get additional funding into their college savings account. And then we also have a financial education incentive where families can get additional funding into their child's college savings account by taking an hour-long course on financial literacy. And I'll go ahead and pass that to you now, Jeff.
Okay, so our second-based programs are our secondary programs. We have two programs, as you know, a paid internship program and a digital badge program. I'll talk first about the internship program. This year was a year like no other, and we anticipated that many of our internships would end up being canceled, and in fact they were. However, unlike many other communities, we did not cancel our internship program. We decided that we would come up with another way to provide some work-based learning opportunities for students and a way for them to make a little bit of extra money. So we did have 17 kind of traditional internships in the sense that they worked for an hourly wage. Some of them were remote, some of them were in person. Those were generally the outdoor internships were the in-person ones for the most part. And we instituted, or we created a course, a virtual course focused on work readiness and career exploration and civic engagement. And we ended up with 11 students who completed that course. The paid interns received minimum wage. Most of those internships were part-time, so a few were full-time. The participants in the work readiness course that ran along the same timeline as the internships, it was eight weeks long. They did a lot of career exploration and learning kind of the kinds of skills that you want to have when you're going out into the workforce. And they were paid a $1,500 stipend for those that completed that program. So we had a total of, well, if you total those numbers up there, that's 28. We actually had one student who did both programs. So we ended up with a total of 27 students, which was only one less than we had last year. So we feel pretty good about that. As I said, many communities canceled their programs entirely, their internships entirely. We did not, and we ended up only going down by one. So why isn't this, there we go. Digital badges. We have worked with, as I think you probably know, we've worked with the CTE teachers at River City and Bright to develop work readiness oriented digital badges, and digital badges are micro credentials that can serve as evidence of a narrow set of skills. The teachers requested eight different digital badges, and then for the work readiness course, I created two more that were specific to job interview skills. Through the course of, and by the way, the students who were in the work readiness course, they were required to complete a number of digital badges, both from the home run and from the New World of Work, which is an initiative that is not housed by, but the Foundation for California Community Colleges is a partner in that initiative, and they're also focused on soft skills. So, and then the students in the internship program were able to complete digital badges as an option for a little bit of extra pay. So between the two, the internship and the course, we had 304 digital badges completed. The next steps so we feel like after a few years now, we've got a handle on the internship program. We are hoping to expand, and we have some plans for expansion, but we are going to try and focus this year much more on digital badges. And the idea is to make sure that digital badges actually that they have some value. They can be just kind of a fun thing that you do for things that you're interested in. We want to use them as a way to encourage students to acquire important work readiness skills. My plan is, and by the way, we work with a group of partners, the second-based partners that include folks from the school district, from the Chamber of Commerce, and the Foundation for California Community Colleges. I have proposed to that group that we establish a larger stakeholder group that would include also include employers and youth service providers, maybe some students, maybe some parents, basically a representative stakeholder group that would identify a set of essential work readiness skills that we want every student to graduate with. And the idea then would be that we take those work readiness skills and they become the foundation for a new set of digital badges. The idea being that if the community is involved in identifying the skills, particularly local employers, and that the badges are based on those skills, that they have more value, and that employers and others can unite around this set of essential skills, provide work readiness opportunities, work-based learning opportunities for students as a reward for earning those badges. So that is the plan. We've just presented this to our second base partners. So we're in the process of working with folks in the district to move that forward. And third base. So third base are our higher education programs. We have, as Justine said, the West Sacramento Promise and Scholarship Program. And before I turn it over to Dean Snowden, I'll just say that this year we were able to negotiate with the school district and Sacramento City College automatic admission for graduates from the district. And so 124 students took advantage of that. 49 of those received or will receive they did receive the West Sacramento Promise and will receive a $200 scholarship. And I will turn the next slide over.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I just wanted to quickly interrupt and say that those checks went out today. So we actually just got the information today that those checks went out for the West Sacramento $200 home run scholarship.
And I'll turn it over to Dean Snowden for this.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Jeff, very much. Greetings, Superintendent Luna, President Jackson. It's my pleasure to address the board today in regards to the Los Rios Promise. So as the slide states, we've committed as a district and as a state to meeting students with a really, I think, helpful option, which is the no cost for their first year and second year at Los Rios Community Colleges. So a brief overview of the promise. You have to be a California resident. You have to be a first-time in college student. There is a deadline to enroll, and there's a minimum number of units to qualify. Our goal is to try to encourage as many students as possible to take a full load. While technically a full load to get you out in 2 years flat is 15 units a semester, we do consider a full load for financial aid purposes and for the promise purposes 12 units. So any student taking 12 units or more, filling out the FAFSA or DREAM application will receive the Los Rios Promise. Next slide, please. So the West Sacramento Promise is a partner to that. So the Los Rios Promise does not cover the local fees. The local fees for a student include the student representation fee, the health services fee, and the universal transit pass. The West Sacramento Promise does cover those. So for your West Sacramento students coming to Los Rios, they are getting tuition, but in addition to that, they are also having those fees covered. In order to be eligible for the West Sacramento Promise, the same qualifiers for the Los Rios Promise, except that you have to be specifically from a West Sacramento high school or have a GED and be a resident of West Sacramento. You have to be admitted to Sacramento City College, which is easy because we are offering the auto admission for our West Sacramento high school graduates. And you must enroll in 12 units or more and maintain those 12 units beyond our census date in fall and spring. And you must complete the FAFSA by the appropriate deadline, and you must apply for the West Sacramento Promise. There's actually a separate, very short application on our West Sacramento Center website for the Promise program. The dates, to give you an example of what that's like, in the fall, the date to apply for the West Sacramento Promise was September 8th. In the spring semester, for any of our December graduates, that date will be February 1st. So it's not before the semester begins. We actually try to give a little bit of lead time for students who may have gotten the information late or made a late decision to come to Sacramento City College, and market that information to them so they can get their applications in a reasonable time. And that of course is before our census date, and it allows us to collect all the names of the applicants. So, you know, for students who aren't eligible for the Promise, those have been students who aren't taking a full load, which is definitely based on their interests and their goals, their right, and those who maybe not have not applied to the Promise program specifically. So in a nutshell, that is our relationship right now with the City of West Sacramento and the Promise program. And we are excited this year to be rolling out the second round of auto admission letters. And we are also in the process of developing an opt-out schedule or a recommended list of courses for all of our West Sacramento students to help them navigate their general education as a part of whatever major they select when they start with us at Sac City. So thank you again for your time, and I'll turn it back over to Jeff.
Okay, I think Justine, do you want to take this? Oh, you're muted.
That would help if I unmute, wouldn't it? So the third base next steps are, as Dean Snowden just spoke about, we will have an automatic admission again to Sacramento City College, and home run scholarships are not just continuing the $200 that for participating in the West Sac Promise, or the Los Rios and West Sac Promise, but also we're building out a more robust scholarship program, which will, as I mentioned before, factor in several different participation points along a young person's residence and participation in the school district in West Sacramento throughout their life. And again, the participation in a variety of different parts of the home run, as well as a new part of the home run that we are going to begin to build out, which is incentivizing participation in 3rd through 8th grade, different types of activities, but STEAM is one of the major focus points for that, as well as civic engagement and entrepreneurship. And we also are going to continue to do as much outreach as we can, as well as doing different and innovative types of outreach during the COVID emergency, to ensure that more students receive all the benefits of the home run programs and the home run scholarships specifically.
And I'll just jump in and say that the scholarship program is, as we mentioned earlier, there's the $200 is already happening. The remainder of that scholarship program is what's going to be built out, and students will at some point be able to earn up to $1,000.
Yes, thank you. And the home run in general, we have 6 programs. We're building out the 6th and what was going to be the final one until we started taking on this new piece around 3rd through 8th grade participation. But our goals and what we're really working towards and starting to see a lot of achievement in is affordable, accessible, high quality preschool for every child in West Sacramento, having a comprehensive database to help families find high quality preschools, community-based learning opportunities, internships, and other work-based learning opportunities, and also to continue to monitor those scholarship points and also see, where our students are participating and where, what are the points where we see a lot of incentives, a lot of, participation, where do we see less, and does that mean that needs to change a little? We're really committed to not just working with our team, which is a very small team. It's only 3 people, but with our partners who we really see as part of our broader team, to make sure that we are continuing to do continuous improvement and looking at what the results are of these programs and how we can tweak them and change them and enhance them to make them continue to get better in the future. We want to also really work towards this shared vision of what West Sacramento High School graduates should be able to do, be able to know what types of skills they need to be able to move out into this next this new world that we're all moving into. I mean, I think that when we first started implementing the home run, we had no idea that we were going to be moving into this situation that we're in now, and we all have seen what types of skills are needed for students to really effectively do distance learning and for teachers to do distance learning. And it's an interesting new world, and we're excited to be able to continue to partner with you, with our school board, with our partners at Los Rios, and have the West Sacramento Home Run continue to offer every opportunity that it can to our young people and families. So we will, I think Jeff and Dean Snowden and I are all here and willing to take any questions you might have, as well as, any expansion, any interesting, points of interest that you'd like us to expand on, et cetera.
Thank you. I had some questions.
All right, Trustee Akala.
So how many slots do we have with Head Start?
How many slots do we have with Head Start currently? During COVID, you mean, or during?
Normally.
Normally, it's around 100. I would have to get that exact number from Yolo County Office of Education. They're the implementer of Head Start in our county.
Okay, and we normally have, what would you say, annually, about 700 children that are
able to that are of preschool age, or?
Yes.
Yes, that has been this. We have great hope for the current census to get some better data and information on that. That has been, the estimate is about 700 4-year-old children, but it's been that for a while, so it could be more than that.
Okay, and you mentioned high quality preschools. Are any of these, who certifies these, and are any of these in actual homes?
Yes, there are. There's actually, I could pull it up. There's a list of the 19 high quality certified preschools on our website, and several of them are family child care homes that offer a preschool program. And you asked who certifies them. This is our state. There's the Quality Counts California Quality Rating Matrix is how they're certified. That's the tool that is used. And it's a very, very diverse, and in terms of a tool, look at a variety of different types of settings. And so you're going to see in each, there are 7 different areas, and a couple of them are actual assessments that are done in the classroom. So it has to be done by an early learning specialist who's certified by the state to perform those assessments. Those are not happening currently because we cannot add additional adults into a classroom. That wouldn't be prudent. But there are several other places that they can score points. They're around health and safety. They're around developmental milestones. They're around making sure that developmentally appropriate activities are being done. And so there's a variety of different ways. And the nice thing about the matrix is it's not just a rating tool, it's also a tool to use to build skill and capacity within these different, the different providers of childcare and preschool. So of the 19 that we have, there are, let's see, the 4 are our state preschools. And then I think there's about 5 Head Starts, and the rest would all be family childcare and private centers that are within the city.
Okay, you talked about the outreach. I was a little curious, the emails. How do you acquire the emails?
The emails are acquired in two different ways. One way is through families signing up because they're interested in getting information about our programs. And then the other way would be when when the children who actually, that's the only way that we get them. We are also able to access, we send out emails through the teachers. So if we send a kindergarten teacher, for instance, please send this out to your families, then she or he will email it out to each of the families through their through your systems.
So you wouldn't have the families necessarily, you would have the teachers and then they would forward it, is that correct?
We have many of the families because the families are interested in finding out what the what programs are coming up and what types of incentives are coming up, et cetera. So families sign up to actually and they give us their email. So we send that to the email to the families directly because they've signed up with us. Mm-hmm. And then the other way that we do it is through teachers, through either their email or through, it can also be through the Remind app or whatever app they use to communicate with their families.
What bank do you use for the College Promise for the $50?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
What bank?
Oh, so this is, you're talking about the 529. This is, it's through ScholarShare, which is the California's, it's through basically the California Student Aid Commission. They use ScholarShare. I'm sorry, what?
It's the state treasurer.
It's the state treasurer, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. I love the idea about the $50 gift cards. Those are really nice incentives. Does the city pay those or does?
That's actually coming out of the, we have from the California Student Aid Commission, we currently have a grant. It's called the Every Kid Counts grant, and we're able to utilize that grant to do bonuses and incentives to get families to sign up.
Okay, wonderful. And I know Danny Theracool, who ran for school board, loved doing the internship program. He often mentions, what a wonderful experience it was. So I'm really happy that we're connecting our young people with, members of our community. So rather than wanting to leave West Sac, they have an incentive to come back. I just need a little clarification. I've heard of the California College Promise, and that's usually for people who are in need, college students are in need. So the pay for tuition, the books, what do they call them? Bog waivers, I believe, and living expenses. And I know we now have 2 free years of California Community College. I know I lobbied hard. Probably some of the other board members are out there lobbying very hard for that as well. So that's, I believe you have to be a senior, and the 2 free years are called the California College Program. I guess I'm a little confused. If we get 2 free years of California Community College to the California College Program, why are we in West Sac paying if it's free?
Dean Stone, do you mind taking this? I think that would be
not a problem. So the former Board of Governors fee waiver, which was BOG, has gone away. So now community colleges are free for the first year statewide. What the West Sacramento Promise is paying for is the fees that aren't covered by the tuition or by the Promise program. It is the student registration fee, the health fee, universal transit fee. So actually, the West Sacramento Promise isn't cutting a check for $800 for a full-time student. The West Sacramento is cutting a much smaller check to cover all of those fees that a student would normally have to pay if they weren't a part of this Promise program.
Let's see. I was a little confused. Have you ever turned a student away from a community college, or does everyone normally get accepted?
Everyone gets accepted. Everyone gets accepted. If you are over the age of 18, if you have a GED, or if you have a high school diploma.
So everyone does get accepted. Okay, I was a little confused because when you said the acceptance letters, so it's a really nice formality for our students.
So there was something that we did a little differently this year, and this was really it was very it was very quick, and it was very like this transition was super amazing. I mean, I think just in terms of between the three partners. So it was really Superintendent Luna and her team who worked with Dean Snowden and his team to make sure that every college student, every student who was graduating from high school was given an automatic admission letter. That doesn't mean that, it just means that they didn't have to go through saying, oh, would I like to apply? I guess I'll apply. I don't know if I'll apply. They were automatically admitted. That doesn't mean that they were automatically enrolled. They had to still go through the process of filling out the, et cetera. But that was the automatic admission. So you're correct. It's not that we were saying, oh, we're going to waive some kind of requirement that we normally would have. It's just, this gave them an additional incentive to say, oh, I'm already admitted to this college. I can go now.
And I think that sort of cleared that up quite a bit. So in essence, tuition is paid by the California college program. We don't pay it in Westside.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Right.
Just
That's
wanted to
it.
clear that up. And let's see, I believe the only other question I had talked about a wonderful savings account, which I think is great. Let's see, I think that's much ends the questions that I had. I love the idea about the incentives for reading. And what kind of incentive is that? If you can just go into a little detail, is it like $20 that's put into the $50?
So thank you so much for asking the question about this. This is something that we're working in conjunction with the teachers who have reading logs that they require of children and families. And so we want to make sure that we're piggybacking on what they're doing so that it makes sense. And I think in terms of the monetary level, Jeff, I think we were talking about possibly, was it like $10 a month for doing the reading program?
Well, I think that so this is in development.
Yes, we have not started this out yet.
I think the latest thought was something like, $10 per hour spent reading, or $20 per hour spent reading, up to a certain lifetime maximum.
Okay. And the only other question, it was about the linked accounts. What are they? I didn't understand that.
So that's a great question. And it's something that we really need to continue to get, as our partners, we really are looking for Washington Unified to help us, for families to help them clarify this. Every child gets this $50 seed funding, regardless, so that it's open in their name. So say you have a daughter and she's in kindergarten, your daughter has this $50 waiting for her. But in order to sort of claim that money, and also in order to be able to participate in the incentives or bonuses, like doing the reading program or taking a financial literacy course and getting $100 put into that account, you have to link her account to the seed funding that the city has already put in place, that the home run has already put in place. So that's the part that we are working very hard with families to help them understand. It's a fairly simple process, but you do have to do it online. And like I was saying, it was a lot easier when we were able to get families together and meet with them in person and help them sign up. And now it all has to kind of be done remotely and digitally, and that makes it a little bit more tough. What we have been doing and what we were saying is, we have an outdoor desk where we are masked and gloved, and we are there to let families know if you want to come and get some help, we have tablets there to help them sign up, and if they want to bring their information, and we will walk them through it on the phone as well. But that's that last piece, is that it has to link to that account that's so that they can participate in the bonuses and incentive structures.
You have to set up a Scholarship 529 account.
I was going to ask 529 because I know Golden One gives, I think, something like 200 on there. So could you link that with ours as well?
With the Golden One Credit Union? Is it a 529 account?
That's what I understood. Assemblyman McCarty had, about 2 years ago, he had this workshop. That's why I'm asking. I just was wondering about that.
Yeah, currently it does have to be a Scholarship 529 in order for them to do it. They only have to have $1 to open the account. So it's not something that's financial hardship. It's just that they do have to have another Scholarship 529 account, and then it links together with that. We are looking at a lot of different possibilities to see if there are some local banks that we could partner with to help with this. It's just that at this time, because the 529 is such a, the best thing for families in terms of the tax implications, et cetera. And also because it is the California Treasurer, it's, it made the most sense. However, there is that difficulty of having to do everything online. So
thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
All right. Trustee Wong, any questions? We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I have this new mic that's always on mute. So
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about the digital badging? I know that you said you convened a group, or you presented to their stakeholders today. I know that's kind of a piece that has been under development. So what is that looking like, and how, are we thinking about aligning that with our pathways, et cetera, and how, I think just for the edification of the public, how does that relate, translate to real world kind of, finding a job or placement? For example, Chicago, I know, uses digital badges for a number of things. So really would love to hear the practical implication of it all.
Sure. So we currently have a set of digital badges that were developed in cooperation with the CTE teachers. And they are focused on soft skills. The platform that we use allows students to get digital badges for all kinds of things, fun things like, photography or becoming a music recording engineer, things like that. But we're focusing primarily on those kind of, 21st century skills or soft skills or work readiness skills, whatever you want to call them. The idea with this stakeholder group is that, we essentially took badges that already existed within the LRNG environment. LRNG is the provider, the platform provider, and we modified them somewhat for our needs. But my idea is that, we would come up with badges that really represent the needs of this community. That doesn't mean we couldn't start with a set of skills that's been developed elsewhere, but I want to have something that everybody kind of comes together around and understands. And the idea is that if everybody knows what those badges signify, and they really do signify mastery of a certain skill, then they're going to have more value to employers or on a college application, those kinds of things. But particularly among local employers who are, ideally they're going to be involved in developing them or developing the set of essential skills on which they're based. And so when a student goes to apply for a job in West Sacramento, the student can share a link to their digital badge or maybe to their whole portfolio, their digital badge portfolio, and the employer can look at that and see all these digital badges and know what they mean. And they, that ideally that will give students kind of a leg up on other applicants who don't have the badges. And in fact, the city already initiated a system where students or applicants to the city who have one of our digital badges get a preference point. I mean, it doesn't mean they're automatically going to get a job. It just means if there's a tie between them and another applicant, then that sort of pushes them over the edge to get an interview. And we're hoping to see more of those kinds of things. But the badges really only have value to employers if they understand what they mean. And then for students, they only have value if the students, first of all, if they understand that, but also if they're tied to opportunities that the students wouldn't otherwise have. And so what we call unlockable opportunities. So if you earn a set of badges that may entitle you to do something like a job shadow or an informational interview with someone with a partner who's involved, who can't necessarily offer an 8-week summer internship, but does want to be involved in a smaller way. And so, we're just hoping there's a lot of different ways to engage the local community through the use of these digital badges.
And you're thinking about the small businesses, but I'm assuming that you're also thinking about big government businesses like STRS and PERS and folks
I think
like that, and the school district, quite frankly, right? Like that our alumni can also have jobs here. So out of curiosity, just how's that conversation unfolding?
Well, we just started it. So, but I absolutely want to have everybody involved who wants to be involved.
Gotcha. Just, I mean, I know that digital badging has been kind of a conversation for a bit, and a little, we're just looking at it, and it's still in its nascency since it's the creation of the home run. So looking forward to hearing more about it. But I think that what we help to understand is just the practical application of it.
Right.
The other thing is, thank you for the data on the internship. So are there ways that you're partnering with the school district on creating more internships that could be of more interest to students? And what are the challenges there?
Well, our primary partner for finding internship host sites is the West Sacramento Chamber. They've helped us identify a lot of internships, but we also work with the school district. And, in the past few years, we had internships for students in the IT department and food services. This past summer, you all heard from a group of interns a couple months ago who interned with Mr. Hanks and worked with him to develop this visual and performing arts camp. Sorry. Oh, so yes, we absolutely want to get the district involved, but they already are involved. And as I said, particularly IT has provided a lot of internships for our students over the past few years. But we're gonna reach out to more. One of our plans, one of the things we've sort of struggled with in the past is to try to find internships in each of the CTE pathways. There are some pathways that are much easier to find internships in locally, and others are a little bit harder. So that's one of the areas for expansion, and we're going to be working with the chamber to make sure that we provide opportunities within all of the CTE pathways.
Gotcha. Thank you. Just one last question. Do the pathways, would they include an apprenticeship or pathways that are also kind of housed in West Sacramento, or is that separate and apart and from this badging and kind of conversation?
Yeah, we don't have an apprenticeship program. This is just basically a summer 8-week paid internship program at the moment.
But exposure to the trades is my question.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the pathways, like there's the construction pathway, and I don't know. I mean, these are the school district's pathways. So, yeah. If the school district decided to create more pathways, then we would find more internships.
And I think we also, I know one of the things that has been really interesting and exciting is Dean Snowden had asked us about whether, this summer was different, but whether we might be able to have the students who participate in internships also get college credits for doing that. So that's something we're looking at, and definitely, apprenticeships are something really interesting that we'd be very open to. As Jeff mentioned, we don't create the pathways, but we do work with your CTE teachers to talk about pathways and what would be interesting. So, I mean, I think apprenticeships would be a great additional piece. I'm not sure, how much influence we would have over them, but we would definitely work with your teachers to do whatever is needed. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, anything?
Thank you. I'm going to share in the comments. That is the link to the preschools for everybody. And I've shared it so many times now. So anybody in the public watching, I love that you have all the preschools listed in one place, and I've sent it to many people now. And then, when you look at this list of preschools, that they meet, these requirements, which is really puts families at ease, and it's great to know. And so thank you for that so much. It's been great to watch the evolution of all of this over the years and where we are now. And so it's been very exciting. And I think in terms of, I got my start at community college and I did the applications on my own. And I told my parents, I know what I'm doing. And boy, it was hard, right? Navigating that world. And so having the letter going out saying you are in, that is a huge motivator to people. It takes just one barrier down. And I know that there are more steps for our students to go, but it really makes a difference, because I can remember, when my shoes were there and how it felt. The daunting thing of just trying to sign up in this kind of new world. And I think one thing I would recommend, and this is for our staff as well, is if we could give maybe a survey to those students who are now in the program. This was a weird time with COVID, we know this, but what could have made that easier? Because I know some of our students who were like me and doing it on their own, they didn't realize to apply in the correct place or didn't go to the right spot. And so knowing what we can do to communicate that, I think better would maybe be helpful, and they might have a good voice in that. Just to make sure that I think we might have missed a couple kids for our staff as well, just as a communication tool. But again, thank you very much. I think it's really exciting for our kids, from, our babies all the way up until those that are going on to college with you. And I do hope, we didn't say anything about the data, but I do hope we're getting some data on how they're doing in community college as well, and the success there. If you have that, maybe you can speak to it, or maybe it's a thought for later, but thank you.
It'll be something we're collecting. We'll be sharing that. And thank you for the recommendation on the survey. I think it's, you're absolutely right. Using this challenging semester as one to really survey students on what could have made it easier can only yield more positive results in the future. So thank you very much.
Vice President Posada.
Thank you. And just overall, thank you for the presentation. I really do appreciate that. And, I can't believe it's been 5 years, Justine, since we run the Up for West Sac committee together so long ago, it seems like. And now we have this amazing, all-encompassing sort of program. And I really do appreciate that. So I do want to say thank you to you and your team for putting together, such an amazing program and running it with only 3 staff members. So that's quite amazing. I do have a couple of questions, and one of them is, how as board members can we help promote getting more people to participate in the internship program? Like, how do we help you get, do we need to go to the chamber and encourage people? Is that something we could do? Do we need to twist some arms or what? Come on, give us some ideas on how we can help you in that capacity.
Well, I'm glad you asked. Now, it really is. We talk about this very frequently. We know that the West Sacramento Home Run is something that people are hearing more about, and then they say, oh yeah, you earn some points and then you get money for college. You do that, and so there are very few people in our community right now that understand all the linked pieces and kind of, why it is. And so as much as we can get that word out, I think just talking to other families and right now we've been surprised actually by seeing when we do focus groups with your teachers. Some of them will be talking because they're kindergarten teachers, so they know the CSA and they know what it is, and they're talking about it. And then they're like, oh, my son participated in the internship. Yeah, he did that. He loved it. It was so great. I'm so glad he was able to do that. Or, oh, hey, my daughter got the college promise. That's been a really wonderful thing for her. So it's if we can get more of us out there talking about what the home run is and how many different pieces it has, and how it truly is, it's a partnership between the 3 entities, and it doesn't function without all of us participating. So we really need you as the leaders, as our board and as our teachers and our administrators. We need you all to help us get that word out and to just talk about it in the community. I love this community. I live in it myself, and I know, you all do as well. And so just, talking about it at, when you're checking out at Rayleigh's and talking about it when, it's just like when people say like, oh, I've heard of that. That's the thing where, just to say, oh yeah, you know what, actually it's 6 different programs. They're linked. It starts with preschool, goes to college. That would be the most helpful, really. And thank you for asking.
Sure, and it seems like every year, and it seems like every year you've added another facet to those programs, and I do appreciate that as well, because it's not stagnant, it's growing. Whenever we can find a good idea, we plug it into the program. So I do appreciate that. Well, and I appreciate you and your participation in our interviews that we have with our our career readiness courses that we have, because I see you there all the time. When I love those interview processes where the kids get a chance to submit their resume and go through an actual interview. This is probably the first interview that they ever have a chance to participate in, and maybe in a mock form, but we can give them good feedback in this way. And I do thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
So, that's really all I had. I think this is an amazing program, and I'm so glad that we have a partner that is willing to do all the heavy lifting, and we can help with that in any way we can.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's again, I love this program because it's a great opportunity for families and for parents that may otherwise not even consider helping or starting savings for the children. One question I do have, though, is what should parents do if their child has attended a high quality preschool that is on that list, but for some reason they have not been contacted or have not received any information in regards to the program?
Again, super glad you asked. It's a system. We're trying to perfect it. It hasn't, sometimes we get a wrong address when we're trying to reach out. Sometimes we realized this when we were looking at all the at making those matches last year. When a child is enrolled in preschool, it's the family enrolling because the family is paying the tuition or qualifying for the service in whatever way. And when the child enrolls in kindergarten, it's they bring the birth certificate and it's the child's full name. And so we might have, Robert Snowden, and then we might have Robert, whatever your middle name is, Snowden. And we don't know that and they don't get matched by the system. And so that has happened many times, and all that they have to do is contact us. And we have done that many, many times. We just can ensure that the child, yes, was enrolled in that high quality preschool and they are currently enrolled in school. We just verify those, and then we can get them added to the list, and we'll get an account opened for them.
Okay, good. Sounds easy enough. I think that'd be something that folks should be able to do. Is there anything else? Anyone else have any follow-ups or anything? Well, thank you guys so much for this. This has been very informative. We really appreciate you taking the time. And I'm just looking forward to seeing how much further and how much bigger this program can grow. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. M2, return to school update. Superintendent Luna.
Good evening, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, staff, and guests. This evening, we have a short presentation on the return to school update and where we are, as we are just about ready to bring small cohorts of students onto campus. But first, we want to give some context of where we are in terms of how COVID-19 is affecting our county and our city and in our school district. I've asked Yorgos Kazanis to provide information in regards to COVID-19. He is on weekly calls in 2 entities with our city and with our county office. Sometimes it's more than 2. And so he is the one that receives the most recent information. And so I thought it best for him to provide that information this evening. So Yorgos, you want to go ahead and walk us through that?
Absolutely. Thank you for that introduction. President Jackson, trustees, good evening. So we're going to take a quick walkthrough of some of the same screenshots that we shared with you at the October 22nd Board of Education meeting. The first one is essentially a snapshot of the test positivity rate that we're currently encountering in Yolo County. The main thing to really compare here is the rate from our last board meeting. From the data was from October 21st to November 11th. You can see it's a steady incline at this particular rate that we're on. As I'm sure many of you have heard, and members of the public as well, the Yolo County Office of Public Health was reporting that positivity rates were on the incline. We came just under the threshold of what we needed to meet in order to go back to the purple tier just this past week. So we are remaining in the red tier, but the important thing to remember is that the rates and the numbers are going up slightly. So Yolo County has asked all community school districts in the region to really pay attention to the metrics and emphasize the precautionary measures that they are already advertising for members of the public to follow throughout this time. The next slide is really a cross comparison of the hospitalization rate. The one thing I do want to point out is that you'll see the current hospitalized rate as of today is 10 for both countywide and West Sacramento. There are a number of features on the Yolo County dashboard where you'll see that the numbers are actually identical from city to county. When you do encounter that on the dashboard, the county is simply highlighting the county-wide numbers. They have not broken it down by city, so that's why it appears twice there. But in both instances, you can see that it's slightly going up, both from the county side and from West Sacramento. The next slide that we wanted to highlight is regarding the age group breakdown. And again, it's a comparison of where we were on October 21st, the last time we shared this information with you, and where we are as of yesterday, the 11th. It's important to note that the two age groups that are depicted here are the two primary age groups that we provide services to, with 0 to 17 being our primary focus. And we do have a much smaller population in the 18 to 24. However, those numbers are again going up slightly, and we have it broken down both from county and the local city of West Sacramento so that you can see what the changes are. The next slide is probably one of the most significant ones to really look at. Essentially, we're always trying to find a way to break the data down and see exactly what it means for us in West Sacramento. Yolo County is a big county. Each community is very unique in itself. And we want to be able to identify or at least get a pulse for what's happening in our own community versus the communities of Woodland, Davis, etc. So the cases by episode date feature of the dashboard is really important. One, because there's a small caveat when we're looking at this. So each day the county reports updated numbers as of 5 p.m. in the evening. The numbers that are reported each evening are not necessarily indicative of the number of cases that are actually happening in our community at that time. What they are is essentially cases that have been reported. So what the county does then to actually be more accurate is they backdate to associate a date of positive test for each of those reported cases. So in this case, in this particular graph, that's what you see here. And that's why you'll see down on the far right, the bottom right, you'll see that for November 10th, we only had one case. And even though you probably saw on the dashboard that there were significantly more cases reported, it just means that for that one date, there was only one case reported. All those other cases that were reported on the 10th were attributed to another date that occurred in the past. So, and a lot of that is really subject to the timeline of when an individual gets tested, how quickly a lab can process the results and get back to an individual and then to a reporting agency like our local Department of Public Health. Next, we wanted to show you some updated metrics regarding our neighboring counties and what some of our other communities are encountering. We don't need to necessarily dive into the specifics and have me read these off to you, but I'll leave it up just so that members of the community can also see the differences from October 21st to November 11th with the numbers being reported. And all throughout the region, numbers are slightly going up. Now, the next slide is really a breakdown of Washington Unified employed positive test cases. So again, we're always looking to identify what our school district is doing, what all the countywide metrics really mean for us, and getting a more accurate pulse of what's happening in our individual community, and then further down the line again to what's happening in our school district. Now, before we really look at the updates on this slide, I do want to pivot for a moment and highlight that as of 5 p.m. today, Yolo County did report 38 total cases. 10 of those were in West Sacramento. And that's as of 5 p.m. today. The information that we're sharing with you is as of 5 p.m. yesterday. Now, in terms of our specific district, we have 4 new cases that have popped up with our employee population since October 21st. Specifically at the campuses of Riverbank and Stonegate, and you can see the dates that they were reported as well, being the first part or the first week of November. However, there's no additions to hospitalizations, and thankfully we haven't had anything else in the death category. And that was just a quick overview of the slides that were pertaining to the dashboard. You know, the dashboard does do a really good job of breaking down a lot of metrics across the entire county. However, that one blue bar graph that talks about the episode case date is really what we look at to see a more archival data of what's happening in West Sacramento, so that we can then do at least have a better snapshot of what's happening in our own community.
Thank you so much, Yorgos. And the next few slides are going to be an update in regards to our first group of students coming back for in-person instruction. So just as a reminder for all of us, Washington Unified has chosen the approach of a phase-in model, as most school districts. All school districts have different levels of phasing in. We have had we've agreed upon 6 levels of phasing in since the very beginning of our journey. We are in the small cohorts of in-person instruction, and here's some updated information on how that's going to be implemented in the next 2 weeks. So we started with a staff survey in regards to the need for our staff to return back to campus to work, and how many of our staff members need childcare. Now, I'm not sure any other school district that is implementing such a program, but we are fully committed to being supportive to our staff, to ensuring that we do our very best to support our families. And so as of right now, we have 25 students from our own WUSD staff that would possibly need childcare. And these are not students of WUSD. These are students that may be attending another school district who is not open for any kind of blended model of learning, or even small cohorts where their children may be able to attend. So we want to support our staff. We are able to open up classrooms, what we're calling staff student care centers, which will be similar to our learning centers, where children of our staff using these staff student care centers will be able to have their children online with their own teachers in whatever school districts that they attend. We are partnering with the City of West Sacramento and the Park and Rec Department, who do provide our services through our ACES program. This is not an ACES program. It will be similar to our learning centers. However, the Park and Rec Department will be our third-party entity to hire staff for our staff students. It is projected that we will centralize this location onto a school campus. So it could be located at one campus, but the staff needing these particular services will be able to use that particular facility for their own children. In this next slide, we are looking at an update for the board of where we are for our SDC classes and our opportunity class. We have been in transition weeks. Transition weeks, meaning all staff having to do with SDC classes and our Opportunity Academy, has been working on location. We've provided transition time because we know that it is a difficult time. It's first time experiences. Some staff, it may be their first time coming back to campus since we closed in March. So we want to ensure that we have enough time to transition that. We have provided 2 weeks of this transition where teachers and staff, paraeducators, Opportunity Academy staff have been able to work on location. This coming week, we have planned a transition week for student orientation. For students who have chosen to return for in-person instruction in our SDC classrooms and our Opportunity Academy, for them to have a chance to meet and greet their teacher in person, for them to see their classroom, to know what their classroom looks like and have that excitement to know what it will look like upon their first day of return. We have a projected date still that we are committed to, which is Monday, November 30th, for our students in SDC classrooms and our Opportunity Academy to return for in-person instruction. And also, we will be running the concurrent virtual learning model for our SDC classes who are and families who have chosen to remain virtual. Wanted to give the board some updated information. The number of students from our SDC classrooms that will be returning or scheduled to return for in-person instruction are 110 students across the district. We also have 51 students who will be remaining in virtual learning. And so that is our total population for our students identified in special day classes. In our new Opportunity Academy, we have 7 students and all students have chosen to return. And so we are excited about that and the special program that they will be engaged in being in person. Just so that the board also knows, we are adhering to public health class sizes or cohort sizes, since we all are bringing back by small cohorts. As you know, that our county has put a cap of 16 people into one cohort, which would include both students and staff needed. Our class sizes as of today range from 5 students to 11 students in all our SDC classes and our Opportunity. 5 meaning the lowest amount of students based on the families that have chosen to return in person, and 11 being the largest. Now we do have some preschool classes that are at 16, but the other preschool classes on that same campus are at 5 or at 6. So we will be shuffling some of those preschool classrooms to ensure that they are balanced out for the cohort. We wanted to also share with the board and also thank our SDC staff, our paraeducators, and our Opportunity Academy staff. They have been engaged in a lot of training and a lot of preparation during this transition. Here is a list of the transitions and the trainings that they have purposefully and intentionally engaged in the preparation of returning back in person at the end of the month. These trainings were also provided by our own WUSD staff. Lastly, we just want to remind the board about the recommendations of making progress. So we have committed to remain virtual through December, knowing that that would be the end of the term and the end of the semester. Knowing that we are continuing our in-person assessments, and we provided the board the information of how many in-person assessments have been accomplished since the start of school. We will continue our learning centers and our daycares for our families and our staff. And number 4 there, we will continue the phase and process for small groups, small cohorts of in-person and targeted services of instruction. We do project, as all the other school districts in our region, we also project that full hybrid learning could potentially take place in January 2021, which is why we have sent out a survey to all families in Washington Unified. As circumstances may have changed since the last survey that was taken. To date, we have received 3,613 responses from families in regards to the preference of hybrid learning or remaining virtual for the rest of the school year to June 2021. As of today, and we are awaiting, of course, more responses to our survey, 61% of our families as of today is preferring the hybrid model. So they're ready to return in a hybrid setting. And 39% as of today are choosing to remain virtual. And that is across the board, which is inclusive of preschool all the way up to grade 12. And so as we collect more information from our families in regards to the preferences, the schedules will be much more solidified. The key component in order to solidify the plans that have been created is to know how many students will be returning for hybrid. It is not quite as simple to open one whole school as our private schools. We are looking holistically across the district in all grade levels. So for each meeting, we will be preparing and updating the numbers on that. Because we don't have a board meeting scheduled until December 10th, we are committed to providing the board a weekly update through written forms so that you are well aware of the progress being made. As Yorgos had mentioned before, we work each week with Yolo County Public Health and also our City of West Sacramento to make sure our information is aligned in regards to the COVID cases of our community, and also any changes to guidelines from our California Department of Education, our public health departments, and any local guidances that might be changed. So that's our update for this evening. We are in motion. As you hear, we are in motion for our small cohorts of instruction, which is more than some school districts, but it is the safest way to bring students back through small cohorts. We have learned a lot of lessons, and those lessons are critical because we are in unprecedented times where we're creating new systems, creating new protocols, and working with everybody for the comfortability of safety and health measures. So I want to thank all of our staff, our WSTA and our CSCA, our administration, our district office, for all of their collaboration, for all of the front-loaded information they receive and do their best in communicating. And we are making progress and we are moving forward.
Okay, I believe we have a couple of public comments on this issue.
Correct, President Jackson. We have 3 public comments that were submitted live tonight. The first one is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. Good evening again. I have a concern that I've not seen mentioned in any of the presentations we have received thus far about returning to school. We have many seniors who failed first term and are currently in danger of failing this term as well. There are students who do not generally struggle, but are having a difficult time as a result of distance learning. What are we going to do to ensure these students don't miss graduation simply because distance learning does not work for them? As the chair for the River City High School School Site Council, I know Mrs. Billingsley is working on a plan excuse me, to help students do credit recovery during the next semester. However, some of these students are failing all of their classes and taking other required classes next semester, so they will not be able to make up all of the missed credits. It does not seem equitable to allow our seniors to fail because we were unable to provide them with an appropriate learning style for their personalities. I know these students have resources such as intervention and after-school help, but since those are in the same format, it doesn't solve the problem for those struggling with distance learning. Additionally, I feel the survey that was recently sent out regarding the desire to return to school in a hybrid model should have included the information that students will likely not have their same teachers and may even have to attend different campuses. This is vital information and should have been disclosed, as it can impact the decisions that parents are making. I also am curious what the academic opportunity is, as this is the first time I have seen that mentioned in any of the presentations given. Thank you.
Excuse me. Our next public comment is from Damian Harmony. Damian, your microphone is available and you may begin.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. As of tonight, November 12th, 2020, we have 248,553 dead of COVID in our country. We have 10,870,963 infected, and we have 6,725,236 recovered. California has 18,730 dead. We have 1,006,991 infected, and we have 506,798 recovered. Those are the numbers that are out there, and our school districts are beginning to make overtures all over the state about going back. So let's talk about going back. What infrastructural changes have been made to the school sites since you want me to send my children and my friends back to work there? I haven't seen massive construction projects. I haven't seen HVAC efforts stepped up. I haven't seen an uptick in OSHA reports or inquiries. I live within walking distance of Bridgeway Elementary, so I'm going to say that it's measurably near zero. And now we're talking about student excitement to see their teachers, as if that's a worthwhile risk to the teachers and their families. We may be in the red currently in Yolo County, but everyone around us is heading purple. By your agent's own admission, forgive me for not knowing his last name, otherwise I would call him as such, there's delays in how we measure and report our cases. Slightly going up, a phrase that he used repeatedly, is a growing trend. It is a leading indicator. If you want to look at what's affecting our community in West Sacramento, look east toward the populations, not west toward the land, because plenty of us work in Sacramento County, and they're as purple as it gets. Now, I come at this from a very unique perspective. I know what it is to lose a child. I know what it does to the rest of your life. I know the actual, so painful you don't think you can bear it, cost of death. So when I look at the statistics, I think about that. 18,140 people in California have died, dead, no more, like my son. And we who are left behind are left with this giant hole where there should be a person. Such a loss leaves in our hearts. This month, nearly 250,000 families won't be able to look down at the end of the table at Thanksgiving and ask their lost loved ones to do the funny little dance trick with the rolls. They'll never hear again the deep, rich laughter of their grandpa laughing at his own stupid joke on Christmas Eve. No more time with grandma braiding hair. And those are just the dead ones. We have over 500,000 recovered, and recovered does not mean back to normal. It's not a video game where you breathe heavily for a few seconds behind cover until your health meter returns to full. The long-term effects of COVID have yet to be fully known and won't be known for decades. Underestimation kills. Hubris kills. In March 13th, we closed everything and there were 41 deaths. Now we have 248,000 deaths. So even if we go back to a hybrid model in January, it's not a matter of if you're putting people at risk. It's a matter of how many, whom, and for what gain you're willing to kill with an avoidable disease. I'm a dad and I much prefer my kids get an education within the limits of distance learning than any risk of avoidable death for the sake of even less instruction under a hybrid model.
Sorry, Mr. Harmon, that's time.
That's fine. Thank you.
Our next public comment on this topic is from Tessa Hevlin Martinez. Tessa, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you. I come here today to express my absolute shock, disgust, and horror as the district continues to make attempts to open to a hybrid model in any capacity. I am concerned that we are, once again, being willfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation we are facing as a community, country, and state. Cases are skyrocketing all over the county, and Yolo County is included. To pretend our house is not on fire is, quite frankly, despicable. If I sound aggressive or angry, I am. Our house is on fire, and we're here discussing if we should go back inside. No one should be put in a room with poor ventilation and close proximity, as proven by multiple studies, yet bringing our most vulnerable students back is on the table. I ask you tonight, whose life is worth risking in this endeavor? Which students are expendable for this experiment? As of this week, we have consistently seen daily cases number in the 30s, up to 51 cases just 2 days ago. West Sac has reported 28 new cases in the past 2 days. Neighboring counties and districts are reporting cases in staff and students. Our children are getting noticeably sick enough to be tested, sick enough to spread it to their families and loved ones. Rockland, in this last week alone, has seen 12 students test positive, along with one staff member. These are not what ifs and might be's. This is the reality we face should we continue to recklessly try to get kids back into the classroom in a desperate attempt to pretend that things are normal. Things are not normal. As someone who values data and science so dearly, I cannot and will not sit by and stay silent while WUSD considers for even one moment that the benefits outweigh the risk to even one child's health, one grandparent or parent's health, or worse, their life. Look hard at the data. This is far from over and will only get worse before it improves. A vaccine is on the horizon. Your teachers and students have poured so much into making this virtual system work so that our system has time to save us and get us back to normal safely. Remember the house fire? Trying to push through a return would be throwing gas on it. Not only does the situation become worse, but it will further delay our chance to come back together safely. I cannot imagine the pressure you are all under. You were voted into your leadership abilities by this community, and they are being put to the ultimate test. I am sorry you are the ones charged with these decisions, but you owe it to the community to keep them safe. Virtual learning may be hard, but the virtual funerals your denial and false hopes may cause will be so much harder. We have sacrificed so much. Please don't let it be for nothing. And that's all.
Thank you for that. Nervous, do we have any, I think we have one more live comment, is that correct?
Live comments, no. I believe there were 2 submitted via email earlier today.
Right. Pull those up. Okay, yeah, I have one. The first one is from Christine McFadden. Christine, are you available? Or would you like me to read your comment? All right, I'll read it. Hello, WSD board members. I'm a freshman at River City High School. I felt it's important for the voice of the students to be heard tonight. So I'm speaking as a student. All students are finally being given the option to return to school in the hybrid model, even though those who are most vulnerable are still suffering with distance learning. I personally would rather continue virtual learning until school can be normal again, but our special ed, foster, and homeless youth and those who are experiencing the greatest learning loss should be prioritized in the return to school. Under the state guidelines, special ed students could have returned to school from the beginning of this pandemic. It's not fair for them to continue to struggle while students who are succeeding with virtual learning may be able to return. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Our second online submission from this evening is from Ms. Carrie Korowitz. Ms. Korowitz, are you available? Or so you can read your own statement, or I can read it. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Luna and Board of Trustees. First, I would like to thank the district for creating a plan which has allowed teachers to administer in-person assessments to our students. This has allowed me to gain valuable data regarding my student academic progress. Also, seeing the joy and excitement on my students' faces at in our classroom has been priceless. As I continue to assess my students, it is evident that distance learning is creating a large achievement gap for our little learners. It saddens me to see the learning loss that is occurring for some of my students, just as they are beginning their educational journey. I urge you to please consider having our young, vulnerable learners return to the classroom at the end of November with our special education students. Every day that they are out of the classroom, their learning loss is becoming insurmountable. I understand that the district is planning on providing a 2-week learning loss boot camp at the end of the school year, but I'm afraid that that will be too late for most of our students. I know the district has just put out a survey to the families in our district asking for their preference to have their child return to school or stay in distance learning. Wanting to gather data regarding my family specifically, I surveyed my families individually and 100% came back in favor of having their students in the classroom using a hybrid model with the appropriate safety protocols in place. I hope that we can make this happen sooner rather than later. Our students and parents are relying on us. Thank you for your time, Ms. Carrie Korowitz. Ms. Korowitz, thank you for that. With that, do we have any comments from the board? We'll start with Trustee Alcala.
I just had 3 questions. Could you tell us what the Opportunity Academy is? And then I have 2 more questions.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Trustee Alcala. As a reminder, the Opportunity Academy is the new class that the board approved and also changed board policies and administrative regulations to support our most at-risk students needing the extra support in a smaller school setting, in a contained classroom, but having a special curriculum that has to do with intensive social emotional learning through the Green Light Go project. So that is our Opportunity Academy. It is a 1 semester placement, and it is for grades, I believe it's 7 through 9. I don't have that in front of me, but perhaps Mr. Moisage, am I correct on the grades or the, well, actually, Dr. Burns, you're in charge of that department of that program. Is it grades 7 through 9, Dr. Burns?
Yes, it's 7th through 9th grade.
Thank you. Thank you. And it is through a very intensive referral process because we want to make sure that it is appropriate for students to have that 1 semester in that intensive support program.
I also, what is the student positivity rate in our district?
I don't have that on me right now. We showed the staff positivity rate. I'm not, we can certainly send that to the board in terms of how many students that we have been notified by, because you know that we don't have students on campus with the exception of Learning Center and daycare. So in terms of Learning Center, I think we recently had 2. But we will get the board those accurate numbers of which we follow all of the school site protocols of who to identify, how to communicate, who gets the communication, what is the possible exposure rate, and then we act accordingly based on the public health guidelines.
Thank you. And just one more question. What will the day look like for the special day classes, the schedule, I should say?
I think I know the schedule, but I think I should probably refer to Mr. Moisage or Mr. Ainsworth to answer that, as they know that really well.
For the in-person students, they would come in the morning, and so their in-person instruction would be 4 days a week in the morning for approximately two or so hours, and then they would have a break where they would be headed home, pick up lunch, and then they would go home and finish the rest of the day virtually.
Norma, you're muted.
Sorry, I said I'm done.
Okay, thank you. There is actually one more live public comment that we can take right now.
Correct, President Jackson. We do have one final request from Kenna J. Kenna, your microphone is turned on.
Good evening. Thank you guys, and thank you for one last comment. There was a lot of opinions expressed on here, and I think the one thing was lacking was the fact that we need to thank you for your time and dedication to try to return kids back to school. I know it's a sensitive topic, but there are a lot of families suffering not going back, and I know a lot of parents that are suffering not having their children back. And if you choose to have your children stay home, that's supportive, but there are many of us, and I will speak for my family, that need my children to go back. The social distancing the mental toll this is taking for a lot of our children is heartbreaking. And I'm empathetic to anybody that is concerned about this. I am a nurse, I will admit that, so I know both sides of the data. But if you look at everything going on in the greater good, ask yourself, what is the best model? And then let everybody have a choice. Because you have people that are not able to function and you have families falling apart. So anyone that comes at this from any direction, I will pray for you, but please know that you have a majority of the families in this community need their children back in school. It is for their growth, it is for their mental wellness, and it is for their health. Thank you guys for all your time and effort during this time. And I will pray for a resolution for us to come together, because right now it's scary and all these numbers are fear-based and they need to stop. Thank you. That is it.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Wong.
Thank you, President Jackson. I have a question about the staff survey. Quick question, was this survey just for the SDC staff or the entire staff?
Associate Superintendent Gonzalez, could you help me with that since it came out of the Human Resources Department?
You're muted, Associate Superintendent Gonzalez.
Good evening. Sorry about that. So, survey for staff, we sent out an email, but for those that have, we're still needing to send out a survey for all staff, but we did send out a communication, multiple communications throughout. And if anyone did have any concerns about returning, they needed to notify HR. But we've had some notification to employees, particularly the ones that are in special education.
Okay, so these 25 students were specifically for SDC or special ed?
For special education.
Oh, all of special ed?
Particularly SDC and some support staff.
Okay, I think just for the edification for those who are watching, I think we use a lot of educational acronyms as I'm learning for Vice President Pizzotti. No, it's okay. So I'm just gonna have it spelled out because I think a lot of people, can you describe what is a special day class? I know generally people think special ed, but that, you know, is that our highest level of students with are disabled students, right? So
typically, yes, those are typically in a classroom where we have a teacher with a credential that is a mod severe credential. So and that's generally, I mean, of course, it depends on the IEP or the individual educational plan. But typically, yes, that would be one of the more higher need student.
Trustee Wong, in addition to that, children that are identified in special day classes, it means that based on the assessments that have been provided to determine how to best support and what the disabilities may be, it identifies that students need specially designed instruction and support and care for 50% or more of their instructional day. That is why it is identified as a special day class. And that means that they have the most severe needs, meaning they are not able to function successfully independently in the general education classroom with all their peers for a whole day. These disabilities range from cognitive disabilities to physical disabilities. We've had students in wheelchairs that we have paraeducators help to maneuver through to different classes on the campuses. We have some students that have some mental disabilities where they have a behavioral or they have other cognitive levels that are so severe that they need specialized attention and concern. There are different levels. There are levels of moderate to severe levels of disabilities, as Associate Gonzalez explained, but we also have classes that are mild to moderate as well, with similar challenges or different challenges.
Okay. Thank you for that the explanation, because I think it's important to paint that picture of who we're talking about here, and especially the 50% kind of support in pre-COVID in a general setting. So I appreciate that, because I know a lot of folks out there say that we haven't been taking care of our special needs students, right? Our students with disabilities. And I want to be clear that this board has made a priority to serve our students with disabilities. And that's an important thing to say, because I think we've been attacked a lot over time about not focusing on that. And so what we're beginning and we're understanding that. So thank you for explaining that a little bit more. And so that's all my questions.
Okay, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciated having the data explained to us, and for those who were watching with our local data, and more specifically with our site data in Washington Unified. And I have not seen any other districts do that, list the data of COVID cases that their employees have had. And I think it is something that is lacking in other places, and I'm really glad that we're doing it. My question is, when we look at those numbers, and I know that we've done contract tracing every time, do we have any evidence that there has been any spread within any of our sites? Can you speak to us about that?
Perhaps Associate Superintendent Gonzalez can, because she works directly with staff. In terms of students to students, we have had no student to student COVID infection positive results based on their time at school. I know that our students have been identified or infected from their families at home. But in terms of staff, we'll walk gently on that to protect the confidential information, but I think she can give an overview on that.
Thank you for prefacing it that way, Superintendent Luna, because you are correct. We want to be very mindful of employees' HIPAA rights. But yes, we do have one situation that I can recall in which there was, due to contact tracing, that we did identify an employee and a couple others in a small cohort. And the cohort was not closed down because they were able to maintain virtual instruction, but they were in quarantine. So that's the extent of my knowledge. The others would have the small numbers that have contacted COVID-19 had exposure from an external, either from a family member or elsewhere, to our knowledge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My next question is, are there any school districts in Yolo County that are fully open with a hybrid model or more?
Not public LEAs, meaning Woodland is not. Davis Joint Unified is not. We are not. Now, Esparto and Winters have definitely started their hybrid learning model with SDC students. They are a much smaller school district. They have had their own challenges. It's probably comparing apples and oranges when we talk about our organizational structure to a rural small district where there may be 2 or 3 schools. They have more flexibility and opportunities in those small arenas. I will say that there are charter schools that are open right now in West Sacramento. We have parochial schools that are also open, but those are singletons. It's just one school. And they do not have to have agreements with bargaining units. It can be a board decision made by those entities. So our organizational structure is very different than those that are currently open.
Great, thank you for explaining that. I think that's also important for people to understand. And then do you know if those districts that border us, Natomas Unified, what else, Sac City, would those be open to hybrid instruction or?
No, they have actually communicated that they are doing hybrid instruction in January. That's what they're projecting. I believe most Sacramento districts that are bordering us are beginning their hybrid, full hybrid. And when I say hybrid, that means full hybrid. It's not small cohorts, though they will be in small cohorts. But the hybrid learning model is a whole different structure than what small cohorts can be. But no, Natomas has announced January. They have just started small cohorts. I'm not sure that they're not even on campus yet. Davis has started their in-person special education assessments. They are, so people are working on the small cohorts right now, but the full hybrid is not projected until January for medium to large school size school districts.
Thank you. I think that's important to understand. Many of us have heard community members who believe that, you hear of other places that are opening and think that, there are many, when the reality here is not that. And then to reiterate, we have had students in our learning centers since August, as well as childcare. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have had actually starting in June, the first Monday after school was officially closed, we had day camps to help support families who were called back to work. So we've had daycare through YMCA and Champions since June. We have, since our first day of school, we opened learning centers, and YMCA and Champions have continued to serve students, especially for our families who have been called back to work. To date, we have had to address one learning center where we self-quarantined for a few days just to sanitize and ensure that we informed those in that cohort of the possible exposure. But since then, it has already opened. So we are just following. Anytime we hear about a potential exposure, we follow the school guidelines that have been approved and outlined from our Yolo County Public Health Department.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciated hearing the difference between a cohort versus hybrid. So thank you for all of that. My thought moving forward is what would be important, I think, for folks to hear is I know there's been a lot of work in terms of PPE, in terms of, just when we go by and pick up lunches, you see all the signage and as well as work that's been done with HVACs and whatnot. So it could be a communication that goes out, but I think that would be important, an important thing to share with our community and make sure that all staff is aware as well of that work. Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for hitting on some really good questions. One of which was, that you seem to answer fairly well, Superintendent Luna, was that the private school and the singular charter school in West Sacramento, are smaller campuses and can open up without, their boards can unilaterally decide, let's open up without negotiating with our teachers and making sure that their needs are met as well. So I think that's very critical, that everybody understands. We are also not only looking after the interest of our kids, but we also have to take care of the safety of our staff as well. So I think our partnership with the unions in our district is very critical and will be helpful going forward on this. One other question I might have is when we talk about SDC classes or cohorts that are small cohorts, are they going to be addressed in a hybrid style, or are they going to be addressed in will bring a full class of, say, 5 to 11 kids on campus?
That's a good question. Thank you for answering that. I think Mr. Moisich had explained that those who choose to come back for in-person instruction, their instruction will take place in the morning. And those who choose to remain virtual, they will have contact with their teacher, as they are now remaining virtual, in the afternoons.
Okay.
So that's why it's not really a true hybrid model.
Right.
And the cohorts are very small. So even if a class has, let's say, 11 students in it, I don't think there is one class except our Opportunity Academy that every student in the entire class is returning. And with the Opportunity Academy, there's only 7 that are placed there this semester.
Mm-hmm.
So we will ensure that our cohorts are remain as small as possible, which is why when we ask parents about, their preference of returning, that really is the basis of how we solidify plans and staffing. I did hear a comment that it sounded like there was some anxiety in regard and concern in regards to students having different teachers. I don't want people to be anxious about that yet. We should not be anxious about something that we cannot solidify yet until we have every parent provide a response about their return to a hybrid model. Now, is that possible? It is possible based on the number of students who return in that grade level at that school. But I can assure you, even though I'm not going to be here, I can assure you what will be ingrained in the staff is that we do not want to cause more disruption than necessary to the well-being of students and their connection that is so critical to the success of school that they already have with their teachers. So we have to have more information in order to make a statement like that from the district, that would happen. And we are going to do everything possible to make sure it doesn't. But in the case that it does, the families will be working with their school sites accordingly, but we cannot even project how that would look until we get all of our parents to respond to whether or not they're ready to return to a hybrid setting.
Okay, thank you. And Yorgos, you might be able to help me with this logistically. You said in your presentation that we just narrowly missed going back into purple. Can you tell us when we'll have the next update on the measurement, the next weekly measurement, or to determine whether or not we stay in red or move to purple?
Sure. So each Tuesday, the state of California, it's the governor's office together with the California Department of Public Health, they essentially have a statewide press conference and they announce the latest updates regarding the categories of the tiers for every county in the state. So they announced just this past Tuesday that we had narrowly missed it, just like you said, because there's a particular positivity rate that any county has to hit in order to see any kind of progression, whether it's forward or backward. And Tuesdays is essentially the day that they report those figures.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw the positivity rate today was like 8.57 or 8.75. I might be transposing those numbers, but it seems like we're heading definitely in the wrong direction. And I think I've made this comment at the last board meeting that, after Halloween, we should start seeing some more, another uptick. After Thanksgiving, we'll see probably an even greater uptick. And then after Christmas, we'll probably see an even greater uptick in positivities. And then after that, you've got New Year's, right? So I do definitely have concerns about which direction we're heading and being able to, even contemplate a hybrid in January, and as much as this is something I would actually want to have my kid, because my kid personally, I would like to see them or see her in class, because she needs the structure of a classroom and she misses her kids and she's losing so much information. And I think every kid is feeling that right now. I think it's very important that we also understand safety and protect not only our kids, but our families, as well as our staff. in this critical time. One last question, Superintendent, and I've heard people say and complain about us not having a plan to return to school. And I simply know that that's not true, because we've been outlining a plan to return to school since basically June, since we left school, right? You started the process of, this is the steps that we are going to take. I was just wondering, is there any way we can, communicate that plan again, so that people understand we have talked about this time and time again, and we will be able to get there, or get this plan implemented when it's appropriate.
We certainly can continue our communications, and we can also not just do it at a district level, but we can ask our sites to help support that same communication, the same message about what it is. I will say that I believe that it's hard on our community, it's hard on our families. And I think having that, those comments about the district not having a plan, it may not be so accurate as just frustration and just, people are hurting and wanting so deeply to some kind of normalcy, and the anxiousness of what school will look like moving forward without a vaccine in place, right? And knowing that we're going into flu season. And I would just encourage, all of us, we have a lot of support in place. You're going to hear at least on the student end, some of the student support services that we have, but we need each other as adults as well. I think our anxiousness is coming out from our adults as well, and the concerns. And I have no question that the district does have plans in place. You've heard them every single board meeting. It's just a slow stepping plan based on our COVID numbers and based on what we can get in agreement. And also we want to make sure, we want everybody to feel comfortable coming back under the safe and health of the whole environment. So thank you for that. We will continue to work on those conversations and communications.
Okay, I have a couple comments first, and then I do have a couple questions. There's one, a few weeks ago, my wife gave me the responsibility of taking my daughter up to do her pickup. Forget what they call it. And so we got there, went to the school, and there was no one there. Last time we went up there, everyone was sitting out in front of the school and doing everything. So when we got there at the time that my wife told me that we were supposed to be there, now whether or not she told me the right time or not, that's a different story. Just saying. So we may have gotten there after it supposedly happened, but because of that, we had to go to my daughter's, had to take my daughter to her classroom where her teacher happened to be working. And to see the excitement on my child's face when she was able to walk into the classroom that she normally would be in, and to see her teacher sitting at that desk, you could see the smile through her mask because she was so excited to be in that classroom. I think that for her, that was a huge thing. She's in kindergarten, so she doesn't know anything. So far, all she's learned is distance learning. But for her, to see the excitement in her face when she actually was able to walk to the classroom, see her teacher, and then see all the different animals and things like that her teacher's been using during instruction, that's all she talked about for the next 2 days. Then today, just so happened that she got to experience her first substitute. And that was an absolute and complete nightmare. So my wife tells me, because I was teaching. But apparently which it's understandable. She's meeting someone, she's someone that she's never met before. She doesn't know what a substitute is. She, as far as she's concerned, this is some strange woman or person, I'm assuming that's a woman, that was teaching her class. And it was a complete shutdown from her because it was someone that she was not familiar with. And so I may say that to emphasize your point, in that it's important, that connection that our kids have, particularly our young kids have with their teachers, going back, if we go, regardless of what the format may be. I can understand the anxiety that some people may have, but obviously, again, like you said, those are decisions that we can't make yet because we don't have enough data, we don't have enough information. But I can assure you that that is something that is critically important, particularly for our young learners, to make sure they're able to maintain that connection with the person that they've come to trust on the virtual format when they go back onto campus. Now, with that, my question is, can you tell us how are we handling reporting, or how are we handling reported cases in terms of notification of families and students and staff, say if someone does test positive at a particular campus?
So maybe what we'll do is we'll start with staff identification. So I'll have Associate Superintendent Gonzalez talk about that because that's the human resources. And then maybe Mr. Moisage can address if a student is identified with COVID-19 and what the student role is.
Yeah, thank you. We've had a couple of incidents already, so we have a nice process in place already to where we work with the site administrator immediately. We handle that communication, like I said, immediately. And the site administrator will do the contact tracing because we do temperature checks. We do make sure that everyone that is on campus, we know who's been on campus and when. And in essence, when someone does test positive, then we'll figure out determine where that staff and who that staff might have had contact with. And the administrator will therefore work with the impacted employees and make that determination whether they too need to be quarantined. And we recommend or suggest that they get COVID-19 testing. So it's worked very well, and we work with them individually on an individual basis in human resources to make sure that they've mapped out that time. We keep track of it. We do have logs, and we also notify our county health department of any known cases of COVID. So we do have it's pretty systematic right now, and unfortunately we do have to keep track, and we do maintain those records and keep them confidentially. I know Mr. Moisich could speak about the student tracking. Good evening. So the nice thing about following Associate Superintendent Gonzalez, it's virtually the same process, except for the fact that we don't, of course, when the students are in this situation, we're not going through human resources. So we also maintain log, and the site administration works with contact tracing and the families to identify the most basic needs. And at that point, we also we have some scenarios that we run through that we've been provided with based on what the contact tracing tells us. And in each of those cases, we always contact the county health to let them know the situation, and they give us guidance as to, depending on what scenario the situation is in, they give us guidance as to whether or not we need to close the cohort or simply just ask the student and family to self-quarantine.
So basically, there are processes in place for should a student or staff test positive on one of our campuses, and we know we have steps that we in place.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And can you walk us through, please, why? Obviously, we heard that the numbers obviously the numbers in the county are going up. The county is on the verge of going back into the more restrictive tier. Can you tell us then why are we discussing bringing back students in any form with these numbers continuing to go up?
I think that's a good question, and it's a very hard one to answer because one answer to that is that we have an educational moral imperative to educate and provide the services to our most needy students. That is our moral obligation. There is also another moral obligation in terms of the health and wellness of our students and our staff, which ultimately then affects our community at large. Those are huge responsibilities and burdens to carry. There are other things to consider when making these decisions. What we decide today could change tomorrow, depending on the results of COVID-19. But what we know is that we must meet our moral obligation to our children who count on public education for specialized services that they normally would not ever get in their own home because of the educational services that are needed for the families, and also the cost of these specialized services that public education is obligated to provide. That's just the one part of the educational obligations and responsibilities that we hold. In terms of the health and safety of our students and our staff, in order to answer a question like that, we only should look at the data and the science of it, of what the data is telling us through the science. We're not health experts, but what we can only do is look at the numbers and how they are affecting us as our local community in our school district, our local community of our city, and the impact to that on our children and our staff. And so that's why we bring to the board not just the Yolo County dashboard. We have to bring to the board a holistic picture of really what does that mean in West Sacramento? What does that mean to our staff in Washington Unified? And I am not able to answer that question of how do I answer and honor our employees who never left, who worked every single day since March 16th and did not question their health and safety, but came to serve all of our students and all of our families. How do I answer that when they have not sacrificed, but they have upped their call of their responsibility, of their position? So what will happen to our students if we don't serve them the basic needs of food and care? What will happen to our community if we do not provide that? What will happen to our community if our social workers and our outreach specialists are not there to meet the students who are possibly considering suicide or in an abusive situation where they trust their social worker or their teacher? How would we not do that? Because that's why we exist in Washington Unified. Our school district is just not about academic services, though that is what we are. We have become the service of our community for our children and our families. And without our services, the basic necessities of our families, there will be a gap that our city will not be able to fill. But that's why we're here. So in answering your question, the only way to answer that question is to always look at the data and the science of our own community and the impacts to our county and our city. Only then can you really answer that question. Is it safe to bring students on campus? Is it safe for staff to come back to work on campus? We've had staff working on campus since March 16th. Some of us haven't left. So those are the pieces of data that we have to answer, that we have to look at in order to answer that question. That's the best I can do.
Right. So then would it be safe to say then, although the numbers in the county, I mean, because I think although the numbers in the county are reflective of an increase, that not necessarily the numbers here in our local community are experiencing such, they're not mirroring the county more or less?
Well, I think when we look at the data, when we see in Woodland that it is a senior facility that has multiple outbreaks of COVID-19, that's different than all of our school campuses with people working on it, and we have not had such outbreaks as that. That's what we should be looking at.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, we aren't the health experts, but we should be looking at all of our numbers, and we do work with our public health official, and they will help us whether or not it is safe for our students and our staff to come back. So I don't know, I hope I helped you with that, President Jackson, but.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. Okay, anything else for the good of the order on M2? If not, we'll go ahead and we'll move to M3, Student and Family Support Services Update. Dr. Andre Phillips. What's up?
Good evening. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, good evening, Board President, trustees, Superintendent Luna, colleagues, and the community. So tonight I'm going to provide you with a student services update on our outreach team and our ERMS clinician through special services, and just kind of celebrate all of the work that they have been doing and providing our students since August. I want to give you a general overview of their supports and what they provide. Two, I want to provide some data on contacts with students and families, and want to discuss our community partners. We can't do a lot of this without them, and how they support and serve our students as well. And lastly, want to give you some information on 2 grants that WUSD was awarded, and just wanted to provide that information for you. Next slide. So the next 3 slides you have seen in previous presentations, but I wanted to sort of go back and recap, and like I said, just give you that general overview of what our entire team does. Obviously, first and foremost, you know, given these unprecedented times, we want to make sure that we take care of our students' social, emotional health and their well-being. And a lot of this comes with providing them group counseling or one-to-one, or using our community partners if we need to. They are great advocates for all of our students, and ensuring that they get equitable access to all of our resources, including our community partners. So that's one thing that I can say. They look at students by name and by need. Next slide. So these are community partners: YOLO Health and Human Services, YCCA, Victor Services, and Communicare. And I'll tell you, we are so fortunate to have them as teammates. We are fortunate to, like I said, you cannot get enough help and support for our students. And so we appreciate them. And I'll talk a little bit more about them later on. And one of the great things that our entire outreach team does, man, they build those bridges. They are really good with our community, and they build those bridges between home and school and the community. So I'm really proud of them for that. Next slide. And we have foster youth here and our families in transition or our homeless population here, but all that verbiage there can be interchangeable. This is just a reminder that it doesn't matter what demographic you come from or the needs and concerns that you have, whether you're foster youth and again, homeless, we are there for you. Our outreach team is absolutely 100% on their side. They call them, they reach out to them. We've done a fantastic job, I think, of really fostering the whole approach of dealing with kids as a whole. So next slide. So oftentimes I've always talked about our outreach team, but I've never presented them and showed their faces. So this is the team. These are our 5 incredible school social workers that are leading the way. And you can see there which schools that they service. Our newest member to the team is Elisa Navarez. And I will tell you, when she came on board, she fit in famously with everyone else. And they're doing a fantastic job of collaborating with each other, sharing ideas, and just doing a fantastic job. So I want to look into some data here. So when we look at August through October, this is some of the data that, oh, what happened there? Could you go back? Yeah. These are the contacts or cases that our social workers have been dealing with. Now, mind you, a lot of this data can be, say, for instance, a 5th grader could be seen multiple times over that 3 months. Obviously, looking at August, it was a short month. August is usually a time when our social workers are getting to know kids, or helping them out with connectivity issues and just sort of meet and greet. As we get into September and October, they're dealing with recruiting for group sessions with one of our community partners, or they host them themselves. And as we get into October, you can tell that there's more reaching out. A lot of these are either groups, one-to-one. They have done numerous home visits. And dealing with a lot of engagement issues for lack of attendance. So they aggregated some of this data of our most needy families. And you can tell there, these are the contacts they've had with some of our groups, with disabilities, all the way to students with 504s. Next. So then they decided, what are our top 3 concerns? And our social workers put this together. The first concern that they have there is called adjustment. And adjustment just means that these are kids that are still trying to either navigate the school closures or their transitions. And what I mean by transitions is you might have an 8th grader that is having a difficult time transitioning to high school. You may have kids that are having a difficult time getting a new teacher, or we've had students that might have a difficult time of adjusting if they're new to foster care or just became homeless. Then we talk about family issues, and that's more of possible family conflicts. Again, it could be families that are recently in transition. So things of that nature, or family members that have been sick or ill, either due to COVID or some other issue. And then lastly, attendance. That's a huge one, and it's more about the lack of engagement for some of them. As you see, that's not the highest of all the contacts, but obviously that is an important contact they have, and it's about either logging on or in August, it was connectivity issues. Next slide. And then they provided me with the top 4 services that they deal with. And as you see, number 1 is group counseling. And that's either group counseling that they provide or that they're hosting or one of our community partners is hosting. They spend a lot of time with parent contacts and supporting our parents. They consult with our staff. And what I mean by that is there are times when they need additional information regarding a student and how they're doing in a classroom. Teachers refer students to one of our social workers. This could come from one of the MTSS meetings. So it's just a litany of things that they consult with the staff on. And then they have the individual counseling. This is the one-on-one. This could be also, it could be home visits doing a one-on-one, or it could be a risk assessment. And so that's what we have there. Next. And other supports that they provide. So what I'm really proud about our social workers is they're just not a one-trick pony, sort of say. They do facilitate small groups and they do one-to-one counseling, but they're also integrated into the school system where they're team and they're site team members for MTSS and PBIS. They do whole classroom presentations upon request. They also pop into particular classrooms if they want to observe a particular student that they're working with. Again, as I stated earlier, they do home visitations, and when needed, they do wellness checks. Next slide. And then all of the social workers, along with myself, are part of a social emotional learning community of practice through the Yolo County, SEL-COP. And the purpose for this coalition is to increase and strengthen the quality and quantity of social and emotional learning opportunities, and then bring back a lot of those strategies that we can use to support our community here in West Sac. I'm really proud of them. We've had our second meeting this week, and it's a series of 8 meetings. So hopefully we can bring back some wonderful strategies to share with our site administrators and folks. And then lastly, they have Google Office Hours. So this is one of the things that they came up with in March and April when we had the school closures. And this is a way for students to log on and pop on into their office hours and provide them with support, whether it's self-care, coping strategies. They also have a Google page where they have a resource manual there with all of the Yolo County community, Yolo County services, whether they're hotline services or information, again, as you see there, regarding suicide prevention or LGBTQ concerns. So they do a really great job there. Next slide. And this is just to remind you, they really did an awesome job in providing parent universities in September. I recall at a board meeting, someone mentioned about having social workers or outreach doing these parent universities. And I brought it to them and they stepped up right away and came up with these, as you see, these topics throughout the month of September. I'm going to be talking to them again about possibly presenting some new topics during the spring. Next. And lastly for them, I mean, they also, this is some of the groups that they host. We do have a community partner, Victor Services, that works very well with our community and run and facilitate some groups. But our social workers are getting a lot of referrals from teachers and staff. So they jump right in. And so they're hosting some of these groups as well. And as you can see, I'll discuss some of the groups later when I talk about Victor Services, but they step right in, and every week or twice a week they run these wonderful groups for our students. All right, and so here are our youth outreach specialists. We currently have 8. We have 2 new outreach specialists. You see there Ruth Pagano and Gwynetta Cook Huddleston there. And you guys, board members, you should know Ruth as she was the assistant to the superintendent. Both Ruth and Gwynetta are doing an awesome job at Bridgeway Island and Westfield respectively, along with everybody else. So again, I wanted to put the faces out there and the names out there of our wonderful, awesome outreach team. And this is some of the data for our outreach specialists. And as you can see, the data the contacts continue to go up and up and up. As you know, in August, it was more about, again, connectivity and making sure kids either had hotspots or making sure they knew how to log on, or our outreach specialists were out there during the time to give out, Chromebooks. So they're doing an awesome job. As we get into September and October, most of the contacts are about attendance and engagement, because that's one of their biggest focuses is attendance. And so they want to make sure that they reach out to students, they reach out to families, and just remind them how important it is to log on, not only in the mornings, but in the afternoons. Next slide. And then we sort of disaggregated our outreach. We have an outreach specialist who works not only with her kids at Yolo High School, but also works with the 60 foster youth in our district. And these are the number of contacts that she has made over the course of the last 3 months from August through October. And you can see there the grade levels. Next slide. And speaking of foster youth here, these are some of the supports that individual provides. And it's just amazing that she's able to utilize all of these supports for our outreach team. She works with them with financial aid. She attends the child and family team meetings, and this is a group where they meet. It depends. Sometimes it could be every 2 weeks or once a month. And the entire team, anybody that has interest in that foster youth, whether it's the family or the county social worker or any other members, herself included, they get together and just have a meeting and discuss next steps for either and how to support this youth. She checks in on all of her foster youth students at the learning centers. And I'm not saying every day, but she checks in them at the learning centers. She encourages them to go to the learning centers. She has also checked in on them while they're at home via call or home visits, and obviously social distancing. She holds a Fridays lunch group for all of her foster youth at River City. And she also, again, she advocates the needs of each of her foster youth. I hear from her at least once a week and, discussing some of the needs that she has for this particular group. She also sends referrals to transitional age youth housing. And what this is there's a collection of entities and programs that when a student emancipates from either their current living situation, they assist them in getting housing, getting them into college, just helping them with finances in terms of how to budget, so that our youth are turning 18 and then just out on the streets. Does a fantastic job at this. Next. All right, so we, in special services, we have, we call her our ERMS individual. It's educationally related mental health services. Now, this person works only with students with disabilities. And currently she has a caseload of about 32 students. You may see that the numbers on the sessions are low. What happens is that each student sessions are there. Each student is seen about 120 minutes per month. Most of her students, and although she has an array of disabilities, the majority of the students either have a disability of ED or, believe it or not, major depressive disorder. And so I just wanted to highlight her because she also does, a lot of IEPs. She does a lot of assessments. And so she's doing a great job with that population. So I'm really proud of her there. Next slide. And this is our homeschool liaison team. Now I can tell you for sure that they're doing an awesome job, and they are led by Stacy Tran, who is our EL coordinator. And you can see there, since August, they responded to over 1,800 interpretation requests, and they interpretate at, you pick a meeting and they're there, whether it's IEPs or SST. They do an awesome job. And they too are integrated into the site and participate in the MTSS meeting. And they do a great job with supporting our newcomer families with technology and academic support. Next slide. All right, so this is a couple of our partners here. We have Yolo County Children's Alliance, YCCA. Now, one of the ways I like to think of YCCA is like a one-stop shop. This is a place where if you have a student who may have a complex situation and requires multiple services, we tend to refer them to YCCA because they're the coordination of services. So they coordinate a lot of services to students and families. So if you need health benefits or something with the food bank, if you need housing, mental health services, and especially if you need multiple services at one time, we definitely refer you to YCCA, and they've been doing an awesome job. They also are the entity that, as you know, pre-COVID, were instrumental in the backpack donations. And I believe the year I came, they gave out, I don't know, it was 800 backpacks, got donations, gave out 800 backpacks, which is awesome. And then we have Communicare. And basically Communicare, they do a lot of education and curriculum, sex education, family life. They do mental health supports. They also do health benefits, Medi-Cal. We like to think of them as the delivery of services. So sometimes even YCCA will refer students and families to Communicare. So they do an awesome job as well. Next slide. So Victor Community Support Services, and we just call them for short Victor Services. One of the things that they do is that they provide group counseling for all of our students if needed, or if they're recruited for our students. The recruitment varies. Sometimes it's parent contact, it's staff referred. Sometimes they come from MTSS referrals. One of the challenges that we are having with recruitment is it was easier to recruit pre-COVID because you can see the kids on the playground and you recruit and you call families and get that permission. And even now with our kids, they even now when our kids are in groups, it's easier when they were obviously in person, but they're still doing a fabulous job of recruiting for Victor Services. Now, this is just, and I wanted to kind of go through, this is just a menu, a virtual menu of services that Victor Services provides. And I'm not going to go through all of it, but I just wanted you to see they have one whole class lesson for elementary. And this is what they have for small group elementary during school time. The one that I like to highlight is the art group. And this is where students explore who they are and what they're feeling while they're creating arts and crafts. Then the other one of Mindful Matters, it's 3rd through 5th grade. Here, they get the kids moving kinesthetically. This is where they introduce stretching and breathing and guided imagery, the ways of the mind and the body. This helps students to learn how to self-regulate and focus their attention in and out of the classroom. So I think that's awesome. Next slide, please. So for our small groups for middle grades and high school, one of the popular groups is the Personal Power for Young Men and Young Women. And what this does, it aims to help that group of folks, or young men and young women, to recognize and address the issues that are facing them as they grow into adulthood. And with these unprecedented times and a lot of the stress that they're going through, with the COVID, this is a great group for them to actually be able to articulate what they're feeling and express ways and how to navigate not only this, but navigate growing up. So I think that's awesome. The mindfulness one for high school is a different focus, and they really just focus on the relaxation and of the mind and the body. But here's what I will tell you with next slide. I'm sorry. Victor Services also, though, are very flexible. They are very flexible with us. I know that one of our social workers wanted to present a suicide awareness parent workshop. Victor Services jumped right in and assisted and facilitated the workshop with our social worker. And to date, they were at Westfield and for Westfield and Stonegate parents. They also started after school student groups. So our outreach specialists are kind of liaisons or conduits between students and the parents. And Victor Services will go directly through the parents and get that permission so that they can work with kids even after hours. So that's awesome. Next slide. So one of the things that Victor supports has began this year is they started the access and linkage screening referral process. And this is mental health. They're now getting into mental health support. So what the goal is, or what the purpose is to get and to place clinical staff at the schools and provide universal screening, do an assessment, get a release of information, and then they refer that student to an outside provider once they identify those students that are in need of that mental health services. So they sort of do a warm handoff to an identified provider. Next slide. So I want to talk to you about a couple of grants that we were awarded in January through Yolo County, and student services directors and folks got together and decided to put in for this grant, this MHSSA grant. And we were awarded, the county was awarded, I think it was a $4 million grant for all of the districts in Yolo County, and Washington Unified was awarded 800 or just over 831,000. Here's the deal: we were in beginning stages of building a structure for implementing and how we were going to spend these funds. As you can see, it's a four-year. I can't even think now. I'm brain. Anyway, it's over 4 years. Our hope is that maybe through human and health services that we get another clinician or somebody within our schools or for targeted Medi-Cal families and provide intensive services for our most needy folks. So we'll be putting together a regional committee with some of our folks in our district and discuss the ways in which we will, if we can, spend these funds and use these funds, and obviously talk it over with our assistant sup and superintendent. Next. So we received another grant, and it's a mini grant for $10,000 through the Education for Homeless Children and Youth. So this is one that's ready now to be spent. And some of the things that we can spend it on are disaster relief. So if we have a family that it's either just become homeless or lost their house due to a fire or what have you, we can assist in providing, some temporary, hotel, motel relief. There's tutoring. We can provide before and after school care. So for instance, with the after school care, if we already have something set up in our district, in our schools, and families cannot pay for it if they have to pay for it, we can use some of that money to pay for some of that after school care. We can use it for professional developments or workshops or training for some of our staff members, assist in identifying, not just identifying those that may be homeless, the McKinney-Vento, but how to serve them. We can spend it on transportation, albeit either gas cards and or maybe through our VIA. I think it's VIA that we have our transportation in West Sac, or we can use it on school readiness supplies. So we're really excited about having those additional funds for our homeless population. Next slide. And just the work in progress. It's some of the same. We're going to continue to contact our families. We're going to continue to work with them and provide services that they need. We're going to continue to do our individual and group crisis counseling and provide crisis support. And that's what we have. Thank you very much. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Dr. Phillips.
I do have a social worker and our outreach specialist who serves our foster youth available to answer some questions as well.
All right. Well, I know Trustee Wong has a couple questions for you. Go right ahead.
No, I actually have a couple of comments. I just want to thank you for presenting such a robust presentation of everything that you do, because I know that a lot of people just have questions of, during this time in crisis, what are we offering? I also am just so excited about the MHSA grant, just because I remember when I was board president, we started the county school conversation, and this kind of began the ball rolling. And I think that Dr. Phillips, you, and then now President Jackson came to one of the meetings where I was like, well, what's the gap? What's the gap? What's the gap? And then we actually then also had a conversation at a convening where Yolo County actually decided the Yolo County Office of Education decided to apply for everybody alongside Yolo County, and just really, really excited to get almost $1 million to kind of meet the gap and the needs of our students from a strategic school-based mental health. Because as everybody knows, I'm a school-based social worker, so I'm biased to this. And so really, really excited about what that might come to fruition. And I know the entire time I was like, I don't want to go into the weeds. I don't. But so excited that this is coming to us because it's such a needed, and it was an ongoing conversation about how do we kind of braid different pots of funding to actually meet all the mental health needs of our kids. And I must say, I'm going to say Yolo County and Supervisor Vegas' office was pretty phenomenal in bringing staff who had a lot of expertise in doing that. So really kudos to the entire collaboration for being able to make that happen. Along the lines of blending and braiding funding, is that I am wondering, and I think this is a conversation that we had recently with Yolo County Children's Alliance, is the EPD-SDT funding that is being left on the table. So the early periodic, essentially Medi-Cal mental health services, right? And the case management services. And so there was a question of, is there anything that we can do to actually increase the supports or referrals, because they also have case managers who are willing to go to do home visits or meet kids in parks or wherever. And so there seemed to be a need there, because they have been awarded recently through Stanford Youth Solutions, which was a partner where we increased our mental health services before. So I feel like we have a lot of now the opportunity to braid funding, but there seems to be an underutilization of some of it. Is there something that we're doing to actually address that underutilization? And I don't know, President Jackson put his hand on his finger on his nose, and I have no idea what that means, but okay.
I had the same question.
I'm Graciela.
Hi.
Hi, Graciela.
Oh, hi. So I think right now with distance learning, it is very challenging for us to make contact with our students. But I think making sure that we build rapport with our students, with our families, with our community, and letting our community members know that we're available and what we're here to do, and how we're here to support the child, the student as a whole. And I think that we're breaking the barriers on the whole stigma of mental health. I think that's a really important direction that we can definitely head, so that those fundings they won't be underutilized, because when we make it okay to talk about mental health, and when we make it okay to say that, hey, I think we all need somebody to talk to at times, and we make it mental health a normal thing, like we make physical health. And I think that those fundings will definitely be utilized.
Yeah. What's interesting is that I used to do what's called basketball therapy. So I used to bill when I would play basketball with kids, right? So there are creative ways, and I think that you can do that, right? Or you do things like that that aren't the traditional, what people think sitting on a couch and talking, and how it was described from at least YOLO YCCA is, are there ways for either to also engage teachers in that, make teachers more aware, make staff more aware that this is also available, because there's only 5 of you with 7,800 students, right? And, a handful of outreach workers. Is there a way to actually kind of make that more apparent and more comfortable for teachers and others to actually also support that referral pipeline, if you will?
Yeah, one of the programs that we've really launched and that we're putting a lot of hard work and efforts is the multi-tiered systems of support, especially at the high school. I mean, we have meetings every single Friday, and we address what students the teachers have noticed need extra support. And then we coordinate with not just the teacher, but with the social worker, with the outreach worker, and just other staff members to make sure that we kind of wrap ourselves around that student to support. So I think that we are headed in the right direction, at least at the high school, and at a few other schools where MTSS is just a big success and something that we need.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was in Oakland, we actually used to co-locate our EPSTD providers along with our social workers. So there was no difference, right? So depending on how the billing worked. And so that's something to kind of think about, like just to get more bodies on campus. I know MSSA is going to open up new opportunity. So excited about that. And so, I'm so grateful to have you, Graciela. You're such a I mean, you're such a phenomenal social worker in all aspects. So really grateful to have you. So let me just brown nose a little bit more. So go school social workers. So my lane. The other thing is, Dr. Phillips, is I noticed the outreach workers. There is one outreach worker, and I've said it before, that straddles 2 schools. Are there, and I'm hoping, I know it's probably a longer conversation with the board, that are there plans with new supports or dollars to actually hire at least, either a social worker or an outreach specialist to actually alleviate some of that caseload, right?
Is that a question or is...
It is a question. It's a question. And if you can't answer because of other things, it's fine. I'm just going to put it back on the table that we brought.
Question. That is probably something that we'll have to discuss with the assistant superintendent. But there are a couple of outreach specialists that straddle a couple of schools. Probably not as much as the one, but we do have
large schools. The two large. One straddles 2 very large schools. Yeah.
So so that, I guess those are discussions we'll need to have with the folks that just popped on there.
And they're the folks, and the folks will give me an answer.
Yeah,
with 20 days left, right? So
yeah, I think Trustee Wong, I think that is a budget development discussion that needs to be had in regards to, our current need. Overnight, our needs shifted in terms of staffing support and student and family support needs. So that being said, we do not see COVID-19 necessarily going away overnight. And so as the board enters into budget development processes, starting next month and in the month of January, to prepare for the June adoption of the budget, these kinds of position controls need to be discussed. We've heard comments in regards to certain, there are some youth outreach specialist positions. There are some social worker positions that are grant funded. And as the grants sunset, we need to look at the sustainability and the meeting the current needs of our current situation, knowing that there will be severe social emotional needs and supports for our students, even if we came back to school tomorrow. It doesn't mean that they will be coming back as what we knew before COVID-19. There are many things that will need to be addressed in school, through school, as students begin to return, whenever that is. Yeah. So that said, my recommendation would be the board must have this conversation in budget development, because when you put something into the budget that is already pretty cautious in regards to the economic conditions of California and of public school budgets, we need to, that whole budget process of we put something in and something has to come out. So it's never just adding, it's always what is the priority and shifting the highest priorities to the top of the funding. So yes, I will leave that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, and part of it is the MHSSA funding that is flexible that we don't have, you're not yet hired for. Let me just be really just clear about that and what that looks like. And quite frankly, the trauma that's been experienced by a number of students because of COVID-19 shutdowns and pandemics and whatever's been happening at home. People have said it over and over. I've said it since March. You've said it again tonight, is that is not just a one-year investment. That is going to the ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences that are impacting children right now when they are locked up in abusive situations will last their entire, some of them their entire educational career. Yeah. So let me put that out there. But yes, all to say that your staff, thank you so much for doing such phenomenal work and hard work. And I love seeing this presentation every single year, just because it's to your point, Superintendent Luna, we're not just academics, we're a whole child. And I'm really just proud of a district that actually does think about whole child in its work. So I think that's it for me, and I'll interject later, but just excited to hear more about the future and what's going to go on. I mean, one thing, Dr. Phillips, you didn't mention that, foster and homeless are a little different. They're just like any other. I don't know if you meant to infer that their experiences are similar to other students. I would say that having been a foster youth advocate or homeless advocate, their educational journeys and experiences are different, and there's a reason why they are highlighted and their data are disaggregated so that we can be strategic and targeted to make sure that they have the best opportunity at life, a fair shake in life. And so I just wanted to be clear that it's not like any other kid who might have just a general problem. It is actually the trauma that they experience because of their situation is also actually very different and unique. And we need to actually even be more intentional with supporting them. So, and that's
I know
Great.
I do have a follow-up to that, but I know we have one public comment on this topic also. So we'll go ahead and take that right now.
Yes, we have one public comment on this topic. It's from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin to speak.
Thank you. Good evening again. I just want to say it's great to see all of the supports that are in place for our students. Both of my girls have actually benefited from the service of our social workers and our outreach specialists over the years. However, as a foster parent, I would be remiss if I didn't give a huge shout out to our foster liaison. She has been so amazing to our family. She is truly an amazing individual who cares so much for our foster youth and is such an asset to our district. I truly feel like she must be superwoman in order to service our foster youth so thoroughly, in addition to serving as the outreach specialist for YOLO Education Center. And actually, Trustee Wong kind of touched on this next part. I was also wondering, given the amount of work she does and the fact that we have an outreach specialist who serves 2 very large schools and then another outreach specialist who serves 2 schools, when the decision was made to eliminate the SRO, there were board members who made suggestions as well as community members that those funds be moved to add another outreach specialist. And I was just wondering if we might be able to get an update on that. I know Superintendent Luna just mentioned that it would be a future budgetary issue, but I was just wondering what happened with the additional budget from the SRO and getting some additional help for our outreach specialists, because I think it really would benefit all of them that serve 2 schools or 2 populations if they were able to just focus on one. I can't imagine the amount of stress that comes for them with being spread so thin. So thank you, Trustee Wong, for bringing that up, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you again to our foster liaison.
Okay. That actually was going to be my question too, because I know that when we did eliminate the SRO position, that was one of the things that we had talked about is using those funds for was either bringing on additional school liaisons or school psychologists, and just kind of wondering where we were in that process. So I thought that was something that we had decided on.
Well, the board definitely discussed that and suggested it. We have not actually advertised for one. We're very cautious about advertising new positions in a cautious budget at this time. We are looking at the MHSSA grant. And
sorry, it was almost out of MHSA dollars, so you just had to throw students. So that's how we advocated for it. So sorry.
We are looking at those specific dollars. It is a 4-year program, a 4-year grant, and on a side note to that, we can bring forward another position. Again, I'm going to caution the board, when you add something into your budget, even though the monies were already there, we are in a different time of our budget. We are in a different time of our economics in our state and in public education funding. So that's why we're just very cautious and prudent about that and those specific dollars. But on a side note, in regards to the MHSSA grant, one of the long-term goals, of course, is always sustainability. Whenever you grant fund positions, the worry is that you will not be able to sustain that without adding it into the budget. So one of the ways to do that we are looking at in our district is having health and human services help us with our most needy families through Medi-Cal. So by doing so, Health and Human Services has their organizational structure to bring down the district dollars and increase their services to us in mental health services for our Medi-Cal families. So we're really looking at that because that is more sustainable. That is
That's the EPSDT dollars that I mentioned, right? So
yeah.
So yes, I mean, yes. So I am for that too. So
trying to encompass all of these special grants into that umbrella of long-term sustainability in that. But we can definitely bring forward and advertise accordingly. The SRO budget, of course, was in our budget originally, but the board, my caution would be to wait until you have budget development right now.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense because, you know, especially considering the instability or with so many questions regarding the budget, it makes sense then why we would have, even though we eliminated the position, we wanted to bring on additional support services. That makes sense then why we would kind of put the brakes on a little bit until we got more clarity as far as the direction of the budget. Because the last thing I want to have happen is for us to add a position like that, and then all of a sudden budget comes in, and then we end up having to cut it, that or any other additional position. So that actually makes sense to me. So
I would just because it's been my lane is that EPSD we don't use. Actually, I wonder, and it's a conversation with the county, whether or not some of our services are EPSDT reimbursable, and we actually haven't even considered it. Right?
Yeah, they actually have looked at, they have been working with us, really drilling down to see what can be alleviated in that manner.
Correct.
And so we've been working pretty close with them through these conversations at the application of special grants.
Yeah, and it's in part that's what the grant is for, but there's a lot of services that we have right now in our support services, and I'm just going to share with you just through direct experience that we actually can create more through APSCT because there is and Kobe, you understand this because you work with hospitals, is that there is that Medi-Cal match to a certain percentage of duties. So
yes,
also different from ERMS, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it would help to position the district for even deeper services for the future. So that's what we're really looking into.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, super excited.
All right, Trustee Alcala, any questions? Okay, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. And thank you for putting up all the pictures of staff too, and all the hard workers that we have in this district who really deserve, you know, a lot of shout outs. So thank you for the entire presentation. A while back, we had a list of what those actual classes were by site, and it was broken down by site. And so I just have a comment tonight, really, which is I think in this virtual world, if there's ways where, hey, there's a student over at this school who might have a different outreach specialist, but this class over here is really the right fit. If there might be ways we could do that in this virtual world that we're living in right now, would be something I'd advocate for. I know I've had parents reach out to me and I've said, oh, we have all these great things happening and call this person and that person and they get them plugged in. But it would be nice to see that a little bit more. And the county was working on, we talked about in our last 2x2, having a really good hub of where they show these are all the services, whether you have also, if you have your own insurance as well, here's where to go for mental health with all of our services as well as other providers. And along those lines, I think really, you talked about the office hours. If we could advertise that a little bit, the office hours we're doing here, there might be families that don't know about that. I'm thinking about principal updates that I see that don't always talk about, hey, here's some of the groups we have. If maybe the teacher didn't catch that child might be a good fit, but the parent knows it. So there might be a way to communicate some of those classes that are happening through principals with families as well. But thank you for all you do. Thank you for the whole staff and everyone. It's really incredible, and it serves a huge need and we see the benefits firsthand. So thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation, Dr. Phillips, and I really want to say thank you to your incredible staff. I know how hard they work, and they're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. So I really just want to say a big, big thank you to your staff and the hours that they put in with their caseloads. One question I did have, and I've mentioned this before at previous board meetings, and it's because you mentioned attendance in your presentation. One of the questions I had was about kids logging in initially for attendance and then not following through on the remainder of the day. Have we seen an improvement in that through our outreach?
Yes, I can answer that, Vice President Pizzotti. Yeah, that was something that as we started the year, we hadn't quite anticipated that was going to be an occurrence. But so we definitely have improved in that area in terms of our ability to track that. That was probably the main issue, is we had not anticipated enough so that we didn't quite have the system to track that later in the afternoon. But we've actually added a feature that allows us to do so. And since we can track it, that means our outreach specialists can identify students that's happening. Right. And so we've been able to improve that in the last month quite a bit.
Great, and I really appreciate that, Mr. Moisich. I really do, because that was a big concern of mine. It's great that our kids show up for attendance, but if they're not there for the whole time, they're losing out on learning. And it's, I know that many parents are troubled, but they have to go to work somewhere, and that maybe they have to take their kid to work, and their kid can't stay at home by themselves, so they have to find a place for them. Well, communicating, there's learning centers, communicating, there's places that we have available to make sure that they don't lose out on that education. So I really do want to say thank you to your team, Dr. Phillips, and then yourself. And in the interest of moving this along, that is all my comments for now. You're on mute, okay. President Jackson.
I know. I realized it. I was trying to find my button. So couple really simple, real easy questions for me. I know, obviously, with COVID and everything like that, it kind of, obviously, you mentioned it in your presentation, Dr. Phillips, how it's kind of changed everything and how we're doing things. And I can cross that one off because we talked about that one already. But what are some of the challenges that you guys are experiencing, and I don't know, maybe even in terms of outreach during COVID, and what are we doing to try and overcome some of those? Because I know in a couple of different conversations that I've had with, and actually Trustee Wong and I had one at the chamber meeting about how we have a lot of services that are available in our county and in our community that are going underutilized. For whatever the reasons might be, but it seems that to be pretty much across the board. How are we addressing some of those things?
You mean just in terms of some of the challenges that we're having with the attendance piece?
As far as either not even necessarily attendance, but just in terms of outreach and making sure, trying to really make sure that we're getting the kids who need the services into the services they need.
It's a challenge. It really is. I think when you have students in person, you get more of a sense of their needs. It's very difficult at times to see the neck up in a virtual meeting and understand what that child's needs are. And again, our outreach team are doing a fantastic job of, consistently calling, consistently trying to reach out and communicating with the site admin or, teachers. And our last resort, we go out to the homes and social distance and knock on the door and have a conversation through the screen or what have you, and try to encourage those individuals to log on and to engage. But it's a tough one. It's really tough, and it's not just West Sac. I mean, my 8-year-old is, I mean, he has 2 educators in the house, and he's like, I'm done, you know. You know, the times that I'm working remote, I have to get him back on in the afternoons because he's like, I'm done. I did my job this morning. And so it's difficult. It's difficult. But, you know, again, the outreach team is doing a fantastic job. And I'll let Graciela speak. And if Christine is on there, because Christine, you can hop on and tell us what efforts you guys are making in terms of outreach.
Well, I can definitely speak on one that has been challenging for me from the beginning of distance learning until now, is the confidentiality piece. You know, trying to support students' social and emotional needs while honoring their confidentiality is definitely something that I struggle with daily. You know, when we're doing, whether they're telephone calls, we don't know who, you know, who's listening on the other end. Or we're doing Google Meets with the student, we don't know who else is sitting nearby, and is the student really comfortable to disclose what's really going on? So it's almost, it doesn't feel organic at times, and that's when we attempt to do a home visit, and we ask for permission to just maybe pull the child aside and just have a conversation. But, you know, a lot of times too, the parents will intervene and say, well, you know, they don't need anything at this time. And when, you know, you see the difference in their behavior or their participation, you hear it from the teachers. And so if I could point out, that would probably be one of the biggest challenges for me for us as social workers.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious because, like, you know, I can only imagine the difficulties that trying to do what you guys are doing virtually in a virtual setting. You know, I remember back when, because we get a lot of SCH kids from at my school, and you know, one of the things that we used to do with them, obviously pre-COVID, was we would always do a weekly lunch with them, kind of like almost like just like a check-in type deal. You know, where, you know, it was just me and the kids, and order in a couple pizzas and sit around and just chit chat for a little bit, you know. So I mean, obviously those types of things can be done. So it's done well. I don't know. Well, I do appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and you know, I know that it's hard to try and get the folks the services they need in this setting, you know, but I guess just, yeah, I don't know. I got nothing for you. That's all right. Yeah. I got nothing.
You know, they just keep moving and they just keep working hard, and they do an awesome job at it, and they haven't given up. And I will tell you, the social workers meet every single week and collaborate and talk about difficult cases, shared ideas. I mean, they're doing an awesome job, and our outreach specialists meet every other week. So.
All right. Well, thank you for that, sir. Much appreciated. Anything else for M3? If not, we will go ahead and move on to M4, local control funding formula, parent and guardian budget overview. Mr. Stanmore, since you're up. Oh, Stan's not doing it. Or is it Kylie? Which one?
It's okay. Thank you.
Everybody's here.
Thank you, President Jackson, and respect to all the trustees tonight. Yeah, our presentation tonight will be delivered by our Director of Compliance and Accountability, Stephanie Grote, and she's going to have her co-presenter will also be Director of Fiscal Services, Kylie Lane. So we're going to turn it over to them right now.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, President Jackson, board members, Superintendent Luna, and the community. This evening, we'll be sharing the LCFF budget overview for parents. This is an informational item this evening to share the information that's been shared with stakeholders, as well as the process. By way of background, the LCFF budget overview for parents is required under Ed Code. This requires each school district to develop this document in conjunction with the LCAP. But as we know, the LCAP was suspended for this year. So this document that is attached is not a completely new document, but it does have a different timeline. So we'll discuss that process. It used to be the cover page for the LCAP. So if it looks familiar, that's why you have seen it before. Now with Senate Bill 98, it requires that the budget overview for parents be adopted and submitted on or before December 15th in conjunction with the LEA's first interim budget report. The requirements for the LCFF budget overview for parents include understandable language, and as a matter of fact, there are only 3 narrative sections for this document, and each of those sections is limited to 75 words. Also, this document must be tied to the first interim report. The document that's attached tonight actually is with the 45-day revise, and Ms. Lane will explain that. But when it comes back in December, it will be tied to our first interim report. So this document and process has been shared also with a variety of stakeholders, including our associations, the 2020-21 LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, as well as our DLAC committee.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yes, as Stephanie mentioned, this pie chart here is from the 45-day revise. So these numbers aren't unfamiliar to you, but they will be changing as we bring back the first interim. But this is just kind of two pieces, one showing the full LCFF, all of the funding that includes the supplemental and concentration grants, and then it breaks out the pieces of the federal, the state, the local, and then also the CARES fund. So if you recall, when we brought back the 45-day revise, the big difference from the adopted budget to the 45-day revise was the LCFF being without the cuts, as well as including the federal CARES funds. So this one we're going to kind of tackle together. This is the budgeted expenditures that's in the LCP, talking about the dollar amounts here, the difference between the two, where we have the piece that's budgeted for the expenditures for the LCP, and then of course with the high need students that's actually selected to point out those areas that are contributing to our LCP.
So a quick reminder in regard to the LCP, it was not intended to capture all of the supplemental budgeted expenditures within that LCP document. The purpose of the LCP was to describe and highlight the planning that the LEA had done up to that point in regard to the school reopening plans. So the two graphs should not be compared or viewed as comparative. They are simply showing what was in the plan. Although not shown in the orange bar that you see, there are many items that are in the LCP that support our high need students. We heard quite a few of those things from Dr. Phillips as he presented, and they just aren't marked in the LCP as contributing because they come from other funds. So with contributing, it's referring to only those that are 100% funded through our LCFF supplemental concentration in the LCP, where we do have items such as we've listed them on the other side, including technology programs like the Chromebooks that were purchased, hotspots, professional learning for staff, technology programs, summer EL camp, and then the FEV tutoring as well. Those definitely go to support our high need students. However, they were not marked as contributing, as the definition in the LCP defines that as only those that are paid 100% with the LCFF funds.
And this slide actually goes back to the LCAP, which is what we were familiar with before, showing with just these supplemental concentration dollars. So what we actually had budgeted for the high needs students in the LCAP versus what we actually ended with actual expenditures in the high needs. And I think in the next slide, we actually talk about those items that maybe we didn't do, or due to the COVID funds coming in at the end of the year last year when we closed, some of those expenses were actually shifted over to the COVID funds and not necessarily on the supplemental concentration dollars.
Yeah, so in looking back at the slide, one of the things that in working and showing the various stakeholders, one of the questions that we asked was, why do you think that happened? And I think right off the bat, every single stakeholder group said, oh, because of COVID. There were things that we didn't do because of the school closures. So that is true. As was explained in the previous slide, the funds that were not expended included activities and materials such as before and after school interventions, support materials, end of year activities, field trips, and professional learning for staff. And these were due to the COVID school closure. Also, there are some activities that were shifted from the LCFF funds to move to more restrictive funds, such as the COVID funds that we received. All right, so next steps. As per the requirements with our next steps at the December 10th meeting, we will actually bring back the LCFF budget overview for parents as recommended for adoption with the first interim report. So that'll be brought back. In regard to the next steps with the LCAP, currently the state is seeking input in regard to the 2021-24. That's a lot of 20s in there, LCAP template. They have stated that the document will be available by January 30th, and we will continue to work closely with our stakeholders to develop that LCAP as we move forward. The information shared regarding the template is that there will be an annual update where we will actually provide an update into those strategies and actions that were listed in the LCP that was adopted in September, as well as with the previous LCAP. The adoption timeline for the LCAP is still in June, so you'll get to see the full LCAP then as well, with the public hearing and then the adoption at a separate meeting. So again, our intent this evening was just to bring forth the information in regard to the document and what it looked like and the process to develop it.
All right. You have any questions? Trustee Wong.
I do, just because I'm looking at the actual document, there are things that are in black and things are in red. Can you explain the difference? As I'm not your presentation, but the actual overview. Is that intentional that they're in two different colors? Or what are you trying to highlight?
Yes, so in regard to that template, and Superintendent Luna can jump in here too, just wanted to showcase what is the wording where it says state template. That is the wording that we don't change.
Gotcha.
The red wording is the wording where it provides a prompt that we have to respond to. So those are our wording to that prompt.
Yeah, as you just wanted to just transparency and explaining what that difference is, because it's a little bit unclear as to why there is that and
yes,
two different colors. So,
yes.
Okay.
And so when it does come back and you can see the water overlay that says draft on there, and we did put that there because this is not the document that'll come back. This is just to show the template and the wording and the numbers. So.
All right. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, any questions?
No, I just want to thank you for this. And I think if I have any comments, it would just be to say it was great to see some of the money that we've spent specifically on like the PPE and that. And I think it's information for us to make sure that we get out to the public. And so this is a big board brief. Yorgos has his work cut out for him after this meeting, but I do think that is an important for the community to see as well. Thank you.
Trustee Alcala, anything? Okay. All right, Vice President Pizzotti. All right.
Just to say thank you for hanging out until 10 o'clock.
Not 10 o'clock yet, so I'm getting ahead of yourself.
I do have just one suggestion. It's probably, just for future meetings with parent advisories. And sometimes we get lost in education acronyms. Again, Vice President Pizzotti always reminds us, is that there's always kind of, it's because parents did contacting like Jackie, what is LCFF? What is this? So I had to kind of break down what all the acronyms were. So something in terms of presentation, because I know that parents change over in advisories, to really just kind of go back to the basics of what the intention is when presenting them, because otherwise this becomes a bunch of, and Vice President Pizzotti becomes wah, for a bit if you're speaking in a lot of acronyms.
A glossary of acronyms would help.
A glossary of acronyms and explaining what that is and the history. That's just my suggestion. That I got a couple of questions like, Jackie, I'm an accountant and I don't understand any of this. So I'm like, okay.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, for those of us who are acronym challenged. All right. Well, thank you, ladies. Really appreciate that. Appreciate your time and for hanging out for as long as you did, because we are nowhere near being done yet. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Actually, before we even move on, we might as well just go ahead and right now and just vote to extend, because we only got 5 minutes left. We ain't gonna make it.
I'll move to extend.
All right. Moved by Vice President Pizzotti. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I second.
Okay. Second by Trustee Wong. All right. Obviously, it's roll call vote. Trustee Alcala.
She's frozen?
I think she's frozen.
We can move on and come back.
Yeah, we'll come back.
We could. I mean, we probably have the votes to extend.
I know.
Yes. Aye.
Trustee, okay.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay, so we're extended. All right, here we go. Board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Luna. Didn't think we'd be doing this at 10 o'clock, but okay.
Well, now that we've extended the meeting, I guess I'll go ahead and read my 10 pages. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I only have a few comments to make here. First, it's really great, I think, that Washington Unified, we give board updates about different departments. And I think that's a really great way to honor the staff's work, because this is work that is not seen readily in the public, but it touches so many deep lives for many, many years, even past school. So it was just really nice to hear student family support services. I want to thank all our social workers, our youth outreach specialists, homeschool liaisons, and all the staff that work with them who make a difference in our students' lives. I also want to thank our West Sacramento community for the votes of confidence for Measure Z. And while we still wait official confirmation of the passage of Measure Z, it looks very promising. But my statement to our community would be this, that your confidence is not taken lightly or for granted. Washington Unified has worked very hard these past 2 years to full transparency and disclosure of the history of our district in terms of our facilities, what our journey has been to get to where we are today, and now have a very exciting, promising future ahead with while we await the official confirmation of Measure Z. So it is not taken for granted. I know that our organization is in deep gratitude to the community's confidence of the school district's future and the facilities for our children. So thank you for that. I too would also concur with CSBA President Daniel Gondara that it would be something good to have a facilities committee. In my previous districts, I've had facilities committees because we've had various bond measures, and we've even had a board subcommittee leading that facility committee, because those precious dollars for the future of the district are also a reflection and accountability for our community. So I'll put my 2 cents in here that perhaps when the board does its reorganization next month, that the board considers adding a facilities committee as a subcommittee of which the different stakeholders, of course, could be a part of. And that is really to ensure the intent, the true intent and the true heart of the facilities master plan, of how it was built, how it was created, and thus Measure Z to help implement those dreams for that facilities plan. One thing I wanted to shout out in this time of fall, it's colder. We're seeing more citizens, more people in the streets who are suffering from homelessness and just basic necessities of food and shelter. Our YOLO Food Bank has been working with our Food and Nutrition Services Department so closely that it is amazing and very heartwarming that the YOLO Food Bank and Washington Unified Food and Nutrition Services Department have been working together for many months now, creating food boxes in addition to the regular grab and go meals that we provide daily, that these food boxes are being delivered on a regular basis from our staff to the families in West Sacramento in need of basic food services. So I just wanted to give a shout out to that. I wasn't able to get all the pictures and my PowerPoint together for this, but this is an important time because this is when we see our families, when we see some real needs, and just want to thank the YOLO Food Bank for that. So that said, in closing, what I would say is I really love this time of year. The Thanksgiving time, I love because it's a time to reflect. And we have heard it over and over again in our families and our friends and colleagues that the year 2020 has been a tough year. It's been a tough year. A very difficult year in which these conditions have magnified loss, tragedy, and really brought to a heightened attention of real priorities in life. So that said, I would say that I love always the time of gratitude. And at this moment, I've already actually mentioned it. I took it off of my script here when I talked about one of the questions that President Jackson asked me about why are we bringing kids back during a time when COVID numbers are increasing. Well, it brings me to my one thing of gratitude for tonight, and that is our school district. We do hear complaints, we do hear lots of criticisms, but I also know that Washington Unified has accomplished a great deal, and is a huge presence in this community of West Sacramento in service to our students and our families. For those who have been serving our students and families since closure of March, our custodians, our food service staff, our grounds, our maintenance, technology department, our school site administration, and tonight you heard about our outreach specialists, you heard about our social workers, our district office staff who always goes unseen, always. Our human resources department has been taking care of all of us since March 16th in all of our needs and our leaves and how COVID-19 has affected our personal lives and our families. Business services, we haven't missed a paycheck, but that's because people are working in business services and payroll to make sure that we're taken care of. Our communications is amazing. What you can find about anything in our district has changed in the past 5 years, and it's only a staff and a department of one. Our educational services is the one leading the changes and the implementations of our new systems in a time of COVID-19. These groups of employees were never called back because they never left. They were still working when all of California shut down. All of California. they stayed. And they stayed to serve our students and our families. So as I think about my personal time of Thanksgiving and gratitude, those are the people that come to my mind tonight. And I'll end my comments with the deepest gratitude for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Alcala.
I'm not sure if she's back.
Oh, she's not back yet. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and go to you, Trustee Wong.
Wow, I didn't want to go after Superintendent Luna after all of that. So everyone's going, no, good luck. Thanks, President Jackson. I appreciate it. You have so much character, Linda. I don't know if you want to turn on your video. We only have a couple boards left with you. And I know I was so proud to see you get awarded Businesswoman of the Year. A lot of people, whatever, there were rumors going about whether or not, like, why this, right? It's because you create the future, because you're in the business of changing lives. And we need to value that, right? We need to kind of, we honor that, and we honor everything that you've ever done with us and for us. These last, 4 years that I've been on the board, 5 years that you've been with us, right? You've changed the, how we do business here. You always say, we just do business differently. We are transparent. We are collaborative. We lead with kids first. And I think people need to, weren't there, but what Denise had shared was true, is that you always say our kids, not students, not academic, all those things, but what is it that we want for our kids? That's how you change the business of Washington Unified. They were not widgets on a dashboard. They were not numbers of test scores. You always thought about whole child. So I was so proud and sad in the same moment, because I realized that you were leaving us. And a couple more board meetings, that you've left us better. You've left us so much better, and thankful for you. I am thankful for you. It is not easy. As the mayor said, we are a handful. This board is a handful. Very different personalities. We had, we had a board member resign. We had to fill that seat. We had the first, crisis after crisis, and you handled it, and you handled us, and you handled it with grace, and you held us together as part of this governance team. Right. And so I thank you for that. And when I hear comments from people who say that, oh, we don't care about our staff. And I think to myself, what do you think Linda and the team has been doing about the safety? When you think about duty of care, what do you think that we've been doing? Right? You've always kept staff, right, and students at the heart of everything you do. And it's the things that we don't see, and the things that the public doesn't see, that we all here see, that you don't take, that we had to force vacation on you because it was just way too much, that you work on weekends and nights, and you were always available to us. So thank you for that. So with that, I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. I also want to make a note, you can turn off now, is that we're not going to, I didn't realize that we actually won't see each other till December 10th. And so there are a couple of things that we should actually, as a board, think about. Is the YCCA turkey giveaway is the 21st, next Saturday. Hopefully, I volunteered to deliver meals, so hopefully masked up and all that. We participate every single year. And so hopefully folks can join that. And the West Sac PD, I don't think they're doing Shop for the Cop for obvious reasons this year, but they do have a toy drive. That I'm hoping that folks can actually also participate in, but just thanking you for making us better and collaborative, and reminding us that we are not one, and we are individuals, but we are actually a much more powerful and productive governance team as a body of 6, and it's intentional 6.
Thank you so much, Trustee Wong, for those very kind words. Thank you.
All right, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Oh man, I don't want to follow that either. This got me emotional tonight, and we have a special guest that we will be talking about in a little bit. But I do, really want to acknowledge that Superintendent Luna. Sorry, I can't believe I'm doing this. I didn't prepare. We'll prepare later. We have lots of time. But we know what this district was like before you were here. And I'm sorry, but it is a little emotional for me. So I will try to pull it together, and I will definitely have it together next time. But there is so much gratitude. So thank you very much. I and the whole staff that we have, full faith, because I know that everyone here and under your leadership that you have helped build is here and focused 100% on our kids and being thoughtful and being strategic. And I am so proud. And I've said this many times, as a mom, I am so proud and grateful. As a trustee, I'm so proud and grateful. And as a community member. And yes, if I'm going to sit in Raleigh Field socially distanced trying to eat steak on my lap, I want it to be you who's getting the award. And it was really special to get to honor you. And I'm so glad that we had that moment for the whole community. And there will be more. But thank you. This is a time of thanks. And I just really want to acknowledge that, especially as we begin to make this transition. And we are all better for you, all of our kids, all of our staff. You have made us all better. And I could not be more grateful for you. And I have no committee updates.
Thank you so much, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Man, you guys are really getting to me. I've been on the board almost the exact same amount of time as Superintendent Luna. And to watch her put out from day one, fire after fire, and do it with such grace and dignity and care and compassion for everybody involved, from trauma to, anxiety amongst staff to anxiety amongst families and children, and handle it with care as if she was talking to her own family. I cannot put into words how much that means to me and my family. Christ. I heard the mayor's comments at the chamber event where he said we certainly are a handful, and he was 100% right. I mean, right on the money. He's got our number down pretty good, because we are.
For yourself, Vice President Pizzotti.
I'm speaking for you, Missy. But you are the CEO of an $82 million organization that belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. And you deserve every bit of that award, because you have transformed this district in the 5 years you have been here. Through crisis, through pandemic, through trauma, you still have been able to transform this district to something where kids and families actually are flocking to West Sacramento to want to live and to grow and to be a part of a community. And for that, I can only say thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a friend, more than anything.
Thank you. Thank you, President Pizzotti. It's been my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues. We got to take part of a process of doing interviews for a new superintendent. And I think this is going to be one of my greatest feelings of accomplishment, because I may not have more than 2 board meetings left. So this process that I went through with you guys truly means the world to me. I know we're going to introduce someone later on, but I just want to say thank you to my board colleagues for everything and being a part of that process and that journey with me. I really do appreciate you.
Okay, Trustee Akla, she says she's on her phone. She's here. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. That'd be great.
I don't see a phone number, President Jackson.
Neither do I. I don't see it.
Under attendees, there's a phone number.
Yeah, President Jackson, I'm not seeing Trustee Alcala either. So
she's there under attendees, so you'd probably have to give her permission.
Yeah, I think your orders are going to have to give her permission. She's the phone number there. There you go. I believe that's her.
Okay.
Thank you. I am so
there. You are.
I have a real time with my internet. It just keeps going around in circles. It just clicked me out. Linda, yes, I want to thank you very much. For the 6 years that you've been here in the district. We have seen some tremendous changes. Just a second, I'm so sorry. My doors are open and I have people here that don't realize I'm on the phone. Just a second. You came into this district and made some significant changes. 3 of the objectives that I had, you helped bring to life, and I think that they made tremendous impact on everyone in this district, from our students to our faculty, and definitely to our community. We were able to achieve incredible things, such as having role models for our students, and for the first time, our students saw people who looked like them. That was tremendous. And I think it really encouraged a lot of our parents to become involved. You understood what it was for parents to be able to connect. And, the hires, I think, made an incredible difference in the environment and the success that we've had with parent engagement. There were so many things like getting the same curriculum for all our students in the district. At one time, the curriculums were different in the different schools. And it was so important to put all our kids, people talk about the equity lens, even before it became a popular, call for people. You were already doing that in our district. I remember when you first started working, you were at work at like 7 o'clock and you didn't leave until well after. It took a lot of work, and you were such a champion when you did that. We thank you very much. That's total commitment. I know it's been difficult. All jobs are difficult. But when we have achieved the things that this board has, with, you helping them come to fruition, I think it's very evident that we made the right choice when, we selected you 6 years ago. And I'm very hopeful with the superintendent that she will carry on a legacy that you brought to this district. So just want to thank you again for all the hard work and your dedication to all the students and to all the parents and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Alcala. It truly has been my honor. Thank you.
Well, I know you and I have already had this conversation, but I, again, kind of like this echo of everything else that everyone else has said. I can say this from the perspective of a parent who, when we first moved here 10 years ago, I remember my friend and I, at the time, my kids weren't quite born yet. His were only about a year old, and having other friends that lived in the community where we were talking about, well, where are you going to send your kids? And there was no way in the world we said, there's no way in the world my kids will go to school here in West Sacramento. But now it's a different story. Now I am proud of the fact that my children attend West Sacramento schools. And fortunately enough for me, I think a lot of the things that started to happened just before my kids actually entered school. And so, as I told you last weekend, I am so thankful as a parent and as a community member for the work that you have done in this district to make this a place where parents can feel proud to send their kids to our schools, just for all the hard work, all the stuff that you've done and things you had to go through and the things you've had to deal with in order to make someone else that comes in behind you, their life a lot easier. And you've done that. And so I am eternally grateful because, like I said, 11 and a half years ago, what year is this? 11 years ago when we first moved to West Sacramento, I never did ever think that my kids would be going to school here. I figured I would be driving into schools with me in Sacramento every single day. And I know I still have coworkers who live here who do that, but for different reasons. But I as a parent and as a community member, I thank you for the work that you've done in helping to make this, to put us on the path to becoming what I honestly believe is going to be one of the premier school districts in Northern California, if not in the state of California. And if it hadn't been for the work that you've put in over the last 5 years, we would not be at that place right now, because we're able to do things and be able to progress our district in ways that, heck, 2 years ago, when I first got on the board 2 years ago, I didn't think would be possible. And so I thank you for that. And I'm a firm believer. I remember growing up in church, Pastor Williams always said, give me my flowers while I'm still here and I can enjoy them. So I would like to give you your flowers while you're here and you can enjoy them now, versus, talking nicely as we're throwing dirt on top of you. It was not going to do any good, because I really do believe that you've done a fantastic job, and I appreciate all the work that you've done to help make this place a better school district and a better community for all of our families. So thank you for that.
Thank you, President Jackson. And
then I also would like to point out too that that a lot of our community organization events still are going on. I just checked, and they are still doing the Shop with the Cop. Obviously, it's with modifications, so families can still register with that. They are doing the turkeys this Saturday. They're handing out turkeys this Saturday, and what was the other one? The toy drive. Thank you. The toy drive. There's a drop box. Obviously, the police station is still closed, but there's a drop box for families who may be eligible for that, to be able to fill out the papers for that, and also the FedEx. Actually, I saw that. I don't know if it was Elizabeth or not, but somebody had a posting on Facebook about the Shop with the Cop. I think I saw it just yesterday.
It was our outreach worker.
Yeah. Yep. So So a lot of those things, fortunately, are still going on. So if you know of families, if you want to nominate a family, by all means, please do so. It's a fantastic event. I did it last year, and it was actually pretty cool to see those kids and just see the thoughtfulness of the gifts that some kids put into getting for their parents. I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. So you have families, or you know families who will qualify for any of those things, by all means, please make sure they get them the information. And then there's the Collins Teen Center Christmas event that's still going on as well too. So let's make sure that all those deserving folks are out there as well. All right. With that, it's time to approve our consent agenda. Do we have any changes or amendments to the consent agenda for this evening? I have one, even though I should have got it. I didn't. meant to amend it before we published, but it didn't. So I'd like to actually move O12 from consent down to action. So O12, which is the approval to purchase COVID-19 related air filtration devices and materials, from the consent agenda down to action. That would be my one amendment. Are there any other changes or amendments to the consent agenda? Okay, do we have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda with the removal of O12 from consent? So moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. I have a second.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Wong. All right, roll call vote. Obviously, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. And I too vote aye. So tonight's consent agenda is approved with the removal of O12 from consent to action. All right, P1.
President
Action
Jackson,
item.
I'm
Yes,
sorry
sir.
to interrupt. We did have one request for public comment on O13, item O.
Okay. All right.
The request is from Danny Langford. Danny, your microphone is available. You may begin.
I'm very confused, first of all, why consent is approved when there is public comment on it. This item is regarding the Fallbrook campus change order. Something else I continue to have concerns over, the numerous change orders. And I would like to know, how much was the overall contingency budget from the beginning of this project from Measure V? Since that question that not only I have asked, but others have asked as well, has never been answered. It's the continuous change orders that concern me. In looking at the Measure V Bond Oversight Committee binder with the line by line items, and I went through everything through it again tonight, I'm not seeing any such account. Can someone please answer the question or direct staff to answer the question, as you can as board members do according to the Brown Act? It almost seems like Measure V is a magical money tree or gets pulled out of a magic bag like Mary Poppins carries. It's like an endless supply of money that I know is not there, because I've gone to those Bond Oversight Committee meetings and I've gone through the books thoroughly. So I'd really like somebody to answer that question, please, because these change orders, continuous change orders, concern me greatly on that campus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. And actually, we got P1, approval of employee agreement for superintendent. Actually, I believe there is one public comment on P1. So let's go ahead and take that right now before I read it.
Correct. We have one public comment from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. Good evening again, and for the last time this evening. I just want to say I'm very anxious to meet and learn about our new superintendent. I have so many questions. I know that she is a female based on the information that is in the board agenda, and I can't wait to find out what her background is, what prior experience she has as a superintendent, how she's dealt with school budgets in the past, if she has experience with school districts that are similar to ours, what people she has worked with or for or has led before have to say about her. So many questions, all are questions that I'm sure, or at least hope, that the board has had answered. But as a community member, I know none of this because the community was left out of the process. I know there was a parent forum, but since those parents were handpicked, that doesn't exactly qualify as community involvement. This is a decision that impacts so many of us. It is incredibly disappointing that we were left out of the process. I hope that the board has chosen a superintendent with experience that can help lead our district where we want it to go. Thank you.
Okay, P1, approval of employment agreement for superintendent. The board has taken action to approve an employment agreement with Dr. Cheryl Hildreth for superintendent commencing on January 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2024. Dr. Hildreth's salary prorated for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year and for the 2021-22 school year is $230,000. The employment agreement also includes $1,000 per year for a master's degree stipend, $1,000 per year doctoral stipend, an annual car allowance in the sum of $6,000, and the annual benefits contribution from the district is the same as other non-represented certificate employees at a cost of approximately $10,000 per year. The employment agreement includes the district's payment of professional association dues to be determined and a one-time payment of up to $8,000 in actual moving expenses. So with that, do we have a motion to approve our employment agreement with for superintendent?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Pizzotti. Do we have a second?
I second. Oh,
For you.
Nope.
no. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, we did it last time. This can be yours, Clerk.
All right. So seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Obviously, roll call vote. So we'll go ahead with Trustee Alcala. Norma, I think you're
Sorry.
muted.
Yeah, no, I muted. Aye.
Trustee Wong,
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. So our approval of employment agreement for superintendent is approved. And let me just say, it is my absolute pleasure. And I cannot begin to tell you, this community, how extremely excited we as a board are to welcome our new superintendent. I can honestly say that when we started this process, we went through this process. I think when we first, on the first day, we all kind of looked at each other like, wow, this person, she looks great. But we're like, oh, well, we need to go through the process. And honestly, I was thinking, man, there's no way. There's something. There's going to be something here. There's no way. But then we saw the videos. They did a video, and we looked at the video, and we're like, man, she's amazing. And then we're like, well, we got to do the interviews. So we went through the interview process, and every step along the way, I'll speak for myself. I was nothing more than tremendously impressed, not only by her accomplishments as an educator, her accomplishments in developing programs in LA Unified, as an assistant superintendent or area superintendent. I forget, our network superintendent, I believe is what they're called down there.
Area superintendent.
Area superintendent, and to address some of the issues where she oversaw over 156 schools and over 78,000 students. And dealt with a budget that is probably 3 times the size of Washington Unified's budget. Her accomplishments are amazing. And just when I think about the work that Superintendent Luna has done, I am so incredibly excited to see the direction and where this district, and I've said this for years, I believe that this can be the absolute premier district in the state of California. And with the work that Superintendent Luna has done and the work that Dr. Hildreth has done in her career and the things that she's accomplished, I firmly believe, and I know the rest of the board would agree with me, that I am extremely excited as far as where this district can be in the next few years under the leadership of Dr. Cheryl Hildreth. Welcome to Washington Unified. We are so happy to have you here. Dr. Hildreth, if you can say a few words and so we can welcome you appropriately as we best can in this distance learning setting. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, thank you so much for being here tonight. We appreciate your patience. We're very happy to have you.
Good evening, and thank you so much for that warm welcome. I am speechless. I'm so thrilled to be able to join such a wonderful school district, and just listening to all of the agenda items today just helps to solidify that I'm grateful that you chose me to have the privilege of leading a district where it's clear that There's care about students, number one. There's care about our employees. There's care about our parents and our families. There's commitments and collaboration with the community and businesses and higher institutes of learning, and just the care of how we think about children is really heartwarming. I'm so excited to get to know more about the district, to learn the culture, to interact with all of the stakeholders, and know that, you know, I have some big shoes to fill with Superintendent Luna. Just hearing her words this evening, I think the same thing when we think about Thanksgiving and we think about this year and COVID and how that has impacted all of us differently. And it really has made us all think about our priorities of what care means. And it's care in academic excellence, it's care in the whole child and social emotional, and it's care for those adults who are doing a yeoman's job to support our youth, because we know that the work we have to do together is looking at things through an equity lens. I mean, that is clear that COVID has increased achievement gaps. It has increased opportunity gaps. And if we continue to think about what is it that our students need, knowing that what they're experiencing is nothing that any of us experienced as students. And I think about that not only as an educator, but I think about that as a mother. I'm a mother of 3. I have one child who's doing remote learning. So I never lose that parent lens of what that experience is. And so I value the time between now and January 1st to be like a sponge and really learn everything that I can from Superintendent Luna, from working with the board, from learning with the staff, and getting information and hearing and valuing the voices of Washington Unified, because everyone is putting their children in our hands. And that is not a responsibility that I take lightly. And so I just, again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to work with you and the entire team and families and communities there.
Boy, like I said, I'm kind of, I feel like a teenage girl. I'm kind of giddy right now. Seriously, with excitement to have you joining the Washington Unified family. It's welcome. I don't know if any of the other trustees have any words they would like to say to Dr. Hildreth as she becomes our new superintendent.
Dr. Hildreth, we are a handful, as you heard earlier. So take that with a grain of salt, but we love our kids. And you got to know us for a few days. I am so excited about you kind of carrying the torch and moving forward what Superintendent Luna has created, because I know you will. I am just so excited. There's just so much that I want to just like have that conversation and can you start tomorrow with Linda? And like, can we just figure this out? That's me. The board will know, like, I'm really anxious about like, can we get going on a lot of things? So really just excited for your lens and your experience as an educator, as a mom, so grateful that you chose us, right? That you continue to choose us every day. And so thank you. Thank you for joining us. And I'm looking forward to getting to know you more.
Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Hildreth, welcome again. I just can't say how proud I am of my board members for the process that we followed to get to this point. But, more importantly, I just want to say thank you and welcome to the district. As you saw, Superintendent Luna has really embedded herself into our hearts. And I'm sure you will do that as well over time. And we are a very loving board and a very caring board, but most of all, we are a handful board. So as Trustee Wong said, but it's what gives us character, and it's rooted all in love and care. We love so deeply each and every one of our students and our families and our teachers, and that's what makes us so passionate. And we care so deeply about everyone, even our fellow board members, who we argue with and have, very vociferous debates with. We still love each other dearly. And so I would just say, while we are a handful, we are still a very caring bunch. And I'm so grateful that you're here and you chose us. And thank you.
Because that's what family does, Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah.
The thing is we can disagree, and that's part of democracy, I always say, and then we can still move forward as one unified body. So I'm always grateful to serve.
Absolutely.
And hopefully you saw that tonight, Dr. Hildreth, and that's what we're welcoming you into, this really loving family that can get loud, but when it counts, we're there.
Yeah, I agree.
That's on full.
Clerk Courtney Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yes, welcome. We are thrilled to have you. And I know that we have community and we have staff right now who have been anxiously waiting to hear your name. And so I want to share just a little bit, just a few phrases about you for them as well. Dr. Hildreth's priorities of building collaborative school environments where students thrived, combined with her experience successfully running one of the most socially, racially, and economically diverse areas within the Los Angeles Unified School District, make her an asset to any district. And when asked about you, we heard that you care deeply for students and use an equity lens at all levels. We know that you are soft-spoken but powerful. We know that you are innovative and you foster relationships that are collaborative with not only families, but businesses and universities as well. We heard that you were doing restorative justice before anyone was doing restorative justice. And we know that you are genuine. And with you, what you see is what you get. And we are very grateful to have you here, and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Alcala.
We just want to welcome you. We're very happy you're here. Thank you.
You okay? All right. Dr. Hildreth, welcome. I look forward to the day when you can start. Hopefully we'll be able to connect you and Superintendent Luna here very soon. And, like I said, we're very, very thankful and very, very grateful that you're here with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So let's go on to P2, approval of the MOU between the Washington Unified School District, the California School Employees Association, and its Riverview Chapter number 168 with regard to CalPERS health plan for retiree coverage. Interim Associate Superintendent, Norma Gonzalez.
Good evening. Wow, what a bittersweet evening. I was crying behind the scenes too. But yeah, we're really sad, but at the same time, like I said, bittersweet. So welcome, Dr. Hildreth. We look forward to working with you, and we will be here to support you in any way that we can. Sorry, I just had to say that. But this evening, I do bring forth the Memorandum of Understanding. It's a formality. If you recall, on October 20th, 2020, we brought forth 3 resolutions for CSBA to transition over to the CalPERS health plan. And the MOU, although we agreed to it back in October with CSBA, they needed for it to go through their 610 or ratification process. So therefore, that's why we're bringing it forth today. And this MOU does align with the resolution number 2021-2022, which I know you've read, so I won't read it. But it is basically the formality of the retirees in order for anyone that in order to get lifetime disability retiree benefits, CSCA and the district agreed that someone would need to have at minimum 40 years of service. And what that means, just in a nutshell, is that the district already contributes to OPEB, which is the post-employment retirement benefit plan, up until they become Medicare eligible. But this would, because of its part of PEMCA, if the district chose to allow for lifetime benefits, which it's very unusual for a district to do that, we were advised to reach that tier or that year of 40 years. I know it sounds like a lot, but I thought I'd give a little bit of an explanation about that.
Yeah, that's a long time. That'd be another, yeah, too long for me. All right. Okay. Any questions about P2? All right. Do we have a motion moved by Vice President Pizzati? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Who was that?
Me.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. Okay, seconded by Trustee or Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All right. Roll call vote. Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. It is approved. That's exciting for those guys, to be honest with you. I'm really excited for them. That's fantastic. All right. Okay, 012, which is what I moved from consent to action. Approval to purchase COVID-19 related air filtration devices and materials. Superintendent Luna. The reason why I pulled this item was because I knew, I specifically remember at some point in the not too distant past that as we were discussing potential hybrid models and stuff like that, that was the question had come up from our bargaining groups. And it was around, I think it was actually early in the summer with the talk about COVID spreading through air systems and things like that in schools or in buildings was a hot topic. And so when I saw this, I just wanted to get more information in regards to this and the process or why we're doing this.
Yeah, thank you for that, President Jackson. I actually want to mention that on the consent agenda 011 is like a partner with 012. And so I won't pretend to be an expert in HEPA filters and air quality. You can ask me about teaching and how much, I love talking about our kids, but our real champion and our real expert who really did some research and some homework on this is our director of MOT and facilities, and Terry Souza, who is still on after, with his hours. He's very early in the morning in the district, but I want to thank Terry for, the efforts and the homework that he did on these particular projects to better our air quality and just the whole system for our district. So Terry, you want to explain a little bit about this?
Sure, and thank you. So good evening, Board President Jackson, board members, Superintendent Luda, and the community. Also welcome aboard Dr. Hildbreath. So when we were initially asked about the HEPA filters in our HVAC units, our current HVAC units aren't designed to seal correctly or accept a HEPA filter. So we were looking for alternatives and the best alternatives. And we think we came up with kind of a joint package. The board agenda item 011 has to do with bringing in more fresh air to the facilities and maximizing that. And then 12 to also enhance that is going to put HEPA filtration internally to most of the spaces in the district. The smaller units would go into classroom spaces and maybe some smaller office spaces. And then the larger units could be used in isolation rooms and larger spaces that would require more airflow. Both of them are medical level technology. One of them is a hospital grade. The other one is something like you'd see in a dentist's office or perhaps a doctor's office or those kind of spaces.
Okay. So then would that address, by doing this, do we address the concern of, the potential of the coronavirus traveling through the air ducts and that type of scenario?
Each one of them greatly reduces any viral load that would be present in the room.
Okay.
So all of them together, I think, is going to be really a powerful system to help keep our schools and our staff and students healthy and safe as we can.
Right. And I would imagine, and then also with all the, considering we had all the smoke again this year. Sorry, I forgot. I thought it's like, wait a minute, we went through this already. Why is this happening again? But I would imagine that probably would help in those scenarios as well, right? Where we had more days where we had excess smoke and stuff like that in the air.
Absolutely. Both of the HEPA systems will help with that in addition to board item 11.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Anything else from anyone else on this?
I think another point to bring out, President Jackson, is that the district would not be able to be in a position to purchase these support pieces of equipment and resources to help our district through the COVID-19 without the coronavirus relief dollars. And it is through those dollars that we're able to provide and purchase these kinds of resources and equipment. So we're grateful for that. And that is where all the monies will be spent towards these kinds of projects.
That's great. I think that's a great use of that money, to be honest with you. We be able to purchase additional PPE and then being able to upgrade our units like that. I think that's fantastic. All right. Well, with that, I will move then that we approve 012. Do we have a second? Second by Vice President Pizzotti. All right. So we'll go ahead and do our roll call vote. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President. Uh-oh, it's starting to happen. It's starting to happen. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. All right. Fee 012 is approved. All right. Board governance. Q1, approval of contracted services for board governance sessions with Beacon Services. Superintendent Luna.
Yeah, thank you, President Jackson and Board of Trustees. A few meetings ago, we had talked about governance sessions to help bring the board together. We knew that transitions were coming, moving into January 2021 with a new superintendent and potential new board members. So that said, it was mentioned that that I contact a previous facilitator that the board had worked with before 2 years ago under Beacon Results and Services. Both of the consultants are board members themselves or have been board members themselves. They are very tied to the work of California School Boards Association. One of the facilitators of these governance workshops is a former president of the California School Boards Association. Just an idea about the types of services for these board governance sessions. It would be a review of the governing board's work of the past 2 to 3 years since they last saw you, maybe just to do a little reflective piece of the accomplishments together as a governing board. Review of the professional standards of governance through CSBA. What shared governance looks like together in Washington Unified with a new superintendent, at least one new board member and possibly more. Also looking at the healthy cultures of a school district. What kind of growth have we made since they last worked with us? Tools for difficult conversations and just for the record, since these meetings are recorded, I never said that you were a handful as a board, but I will say that it is, what I have appreciated with the board is that you consider me a part of your team as your superintendent. And I have always appreciated that because it makes our district stronger. It makes our organization stronger when it is a 6-member team working together and leading together on behalf of the organization. And then, of course, always healthy to do is reviewing guidelines, reviewing roles and responsibilities of our positions and our roles. What they're projecting is 2 6-hour sessions, which of course the board can decide what that looks like, whether it's 2 days, 4 times, whatever that might be. That is for you and Superintendent Hildreth to determine what those sessions look like on what days, but this is just to get a contract together to ensure that the board does commit to having governance team sessions together.
So I have a question, Superintendent Luna. How much is it going to cost?
Yeah, the cost.
What is the cost?
Yeah, the cost is $7,000, and it's definitely. Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. How much?
The cost is $7,000, and it would come out of the Board of Education's budget item. Now, the Board of Education has a budget built every single year that includes the California School Boards Association's annual education conference, which, because we are still in virtual meetings, the cost of that particular conference will not be even half of what was budgeted. So the money is definitely there for you because the annual education conference for CSBA is virtual, which means that the cost of the conference itself for each board member is substantially less than what is budgeted.
Okay. Any other questions on that? All right. Do we have a motion to approve Q1?
I move.
Moved by Trustee Wong. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, there you are. I forgot your last name.
Kirby Gonzalez.
No, I know. I'm telling you, it's almost 11 o'clock. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So Trustee Akala.
Oh, no.
No? Okay. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Okay. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay. Vice President Pizzotti.
Just a message to Dr. Hildreth. We get punchy after 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. I vote aye.
A good reason not to go this late.
Exactly. And I too vote aye. Q1 is approved. All right. Future board agenda items. R1, update on the Erie Student Information Center system for December 10th, 2020. Approval of first interim budget report, December 10th, 2020. And R3, approval of LCFF parent guardian budget overview on December 10th. Did we have any? Oh, sorry, got 2 more. My bad. I forgot I had extra page. R4, reorganization of the Washington Unified School District Board of Education for 2021 on December 15th. And R5, board governance sessions January and February of 2021. Any additional items for future board agenda items?
I thought President Jackson, and maybe the capacity, I'm not trying to put more on anybody's plate, but the dress code or the policy that I know you and Trustee Wong were going to go through.
Yeah, we'll put that down for the next meeting, Trustee Wong.
All right, President Jackson, give me your schedule.
Any day after 12:30. Bam, right. There's my schedule. Literally any day after 12:30. Fridays, any day after 11:30. 10:30. I'm really quick.
Send a note to Superintendent Luna, and we will just get it done.
Yeah.
And that and discipline.
Yes.
In a
right.
COVID environment. Yeah.
Yep.
This doesn't really go you know, we don't really put this there in terms of upcoming because it is our next meeting, but I just wanted to call out too, I thought the idea of adding the committee on facilities was a good one for the subcommittee.
Yeah, I think I like that idea. That's a fantastic idea. I really like that idea. Yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else?
So just for clarification, would the board like me to add a subcommittee of facilities on the reorganization meeting on December 15th?
Yes, I would.
And can we, did we agendize that? So I'm just trying to figure out process.
Yeah, we would.
Do we agendize that for December 10th for the December 15th? Or
it's for December 15th as part of the reorganization when all of the board subcommittees are appointed.
So to add it as a list item. Is that what you're saying?
Right. But don't we have to talk about it as an agenda item to vote? I mean, we have one board meeting as an agenda item to be part of, I don't know, whatever Marie says. If we just don't want to add it to the list and we don't need to agendize it for December 10th, just ask Marie whether or not we actually need to discuss it to add it.
Sure.
Because for the policy, I just remember Vice President Pizzotti and I had to go through a process to add our new subcommittee. No, I mean, we did. So, an agenda. So I just want to follow a process and discussion in the same way, right?
Yes, I will check with legal counsel.
Yeah.
All right. If nothing else, do we have a meeting? We don't need it, but do we have a motion to adjourn?
We move.
Yes.
I move.
Moved by Trustee Wong, seconded by Vice President Pizzotti. Trustee Akala?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Hey, look at that. Only went over an hour. How about that, y'all? See everybody next time.